Oh, up there is.
I'm Serpent, the game master of this lively troupe. Lively for now. And playing today is.
Morally questionable Kara, played by Xios.
Alright. Quirky and adorable ferret that may or may not have a god inside them. Little Paw, played by Pythia.
They're definitely not a werewolf and definitely still alive, Henrietta, played by Rexdy.
That's me. Sorry. Celestia playing Elowen.
And the elegant, esteemed, amazing, fantastical,
Get on with it.
intelligent Baxter Bones being played by Shadow.
Said. I think you were repeating some of those at one point. All right. So there's a couple things we need to get done. The actual adventure is going to start possibly 3 weeks after you get back, although we may possibly have a scene that happens 1 week afterwards, because 1 week and 1 day after you get back from Droskar's Crucible is the full moon.
And while that has
And during
happened, Kara's in hell.
not the first week. The first week you're doing other stuff.
Isn't this at the end of the first week?
Yeah, you haven't gone to hell yet.
Yeah, that's all gonna happen there. We're gonna take this one at a time. Henrietta has spent that week going through Dark Moon Wood looking for a tall plant with blue flowers that goes by the name of Wolf's Bane. And after 4 days of searching, she finally finds some. And after 2 more days of processing it, she's got Wolfsbane in a form that she can take. So the question now becomes, Henrietta, what happens when you take this horribly deadly poison? If you survive it, it will cure your lycanthropy, because you were bitten by a werewolf. If you don't survive it, I suppose it will still cure your lycanthropy. Just in a different way.
Can't be a werewolf if I'm dead.
This is true. So,
Ooh. Wait. Can we resurrect the dead hen and have like a undead werewolf in the party?
well, you could, but I think your priestess of Pharasma might have something to say about that.
Yeah, I don't want the undead.
Yeah.
I don't want it.
Hen, first question. Are you taking the Wolfsbane in Falcon's Hollow or at your still being renovated new base in Droskar's Crucible?
I'm taking it in the new base, but down in the cobbled tunnels in where the prison used to be.
Okay.
Because if it doesn't work and I turn, at least there I'm less likely to kill someone.
All right.
Oh boy.
Yeah. So Henrietta, you have your concoction and you drink it. And I need you to give me a fortitude save.
Okay. Here we go.
Critical.
Hero point.
No, I think that'll be fine.
A 27 is not fine.
What?
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. I couldn't have got much better than that.
It would be difficult for you to get much better than that, right? For 10 minutes, nothing seems to happen. You start wondering if you prepared it right. Maybe it's a dud. It took you 4 days to find this much. I mean, how could you possibly find more in time? And then 10 minutes later, the most horrible racking pain starts shooting from your through your insides.
I'll be right.
Oh, that is not the rolls I wanted. Oh dear.
What?
Is that a blind GM thing?
Yes, it
I
is.
think that
Yeah,
it was a blind GM thing. Never mind. I'm not going to count it because it was a blind GM thing. I want you to see. We're rolling this out in the open.
Okay.
That absolutely has nothing to do with how many 10s I rolled. It's a point more. Okay. You take 23 points of damage
Okay.
from poison,
Ouch.
which puts you at 31 hit points left.
So when this was going on, my character's not there, right? Is
Nobody's
Celestia
at
there?
the
No
nobody's
one's
at the
there. No one's
except
there. I'm alone.
for except for Dinky and Pinky, who presumably know where you are and have been told to stay back if they hear growling.
They've been told to stay upstairs.
Yes.
No one's down there to heal you, is what you're saying.
You can't use magic on this or else it won't work.
Oh.
You have to just tough it out. 1 minute later, I need you to make me another fortitude save. Here.
There's no point in even hero pointing it.
Well, you want to save that one hero point because remember, you've always got the Hail Mary of if you die, you can spend all the hero points you have, minimum of 1, to not die instead.
Oh, okay, I can do that then.
That will give you at least 1 get out of death free card, which you will need because the pain intensifies and gets even worse as the Wolfsbane goes through your system.
And does less damage.
And by even worse, I mean it does less damage. You have 16 hit points left. Roll me another fortitude save a minute later. A minute of agony.
I will point out 29 is the literal highest I can get on this. And from the sound of
Yes.
things, that won't even save me.
The DC is 30, but of course, if you get a 20, if you roll a 20, that's a success, period.
Mm.
Ooh.
All right, that would kill you. May I assume that you spend your hero point?
Yes.
Okay, you spend the hero point and you are not killed. Please, 1 minute later, give me another fortitude save. You're over halfway there now. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Okay. That is a 29. That makes it an auto success, which means it actually goes down a step, which means I am rolling many 10s.
Yes.
You are now at 0 and dying. You are dying 1.
Are we supposed to see anything besides a black void right now?
You are not supposed to see anything besides a black void. We're using theater of the mind. It is a black void because I don't yet know what's going to happen or what adventure you're going to be playing. That depends on what happens right here.
I'm just making sure the stream's not supposed to be seeing the cell block right now.
No. Hen, that is your 4th minute. At this point, you are dying, so it goes to rounds. Please make a recovery check.
I'm really good at these.
Yes, you are. And you have rolled that to
You make it. You stabilize. You stabilize at dying 1. Which means you are now at 0 hit points. You're no longer dying. You are at wounded 1. Minute 5 happens. Please roll me another fortitude save.
Oh god.
How many of these do
This
you
is
have to
so
roll?
intense, y'all.
This is super intense. I am using rules as written for Wolfsbane.
Oh Jesus.
All right, yes, that is definitely going to be a failure, which means it does damage, which is going to immediately knock you down to dying 2 this time now. Once again, we get to the next round. Please roll me a recovery roll.
Okay.
Nice. Once again, you recover. You are now at wounded 2. This is the final fortitude save you need to make. If you make this, you have survived Wolfsbane. Roll me a fortitude save.
Is this where Roosteretta is revived?
Quite there, not quite there. That is going to take you down to dying 3. Make a recovery roll. The flat DC is 13 at this point. You roll
Oh my
19,
God.
you survive. You survive by the
shit.
skin of
Oh,
your
thank
teeth.
goodness.
0
Holy
hit points,
shit.
wounded 3. Holy shit.
TMI,
Holy
my
shit.
my butthole was a little clenched.
Yeah. So
Okay.
you are very unconscious until Pinky and Dinky finally come down to check on you. And they're not really very good at healing, but they can get you into a place where you can naturally heal.
No. They should definitely do healing checks.
No.
Yes.
I no, I'm not going to do that. It's amazing that Hen survived, quite frankly.
Looks like Eve will wait for another day.
All right.
So Henrietta's
Oh.
cured, or
I don't know.
The lycanthropy is now gone. You survived Wolfsbane. The lycanthropy is gone. A single failed recovery roll would have killed you. Holy shit.
Just out of
So what I'm
curiosity,
hearing is now that we know Henrietta can survive Wolfsbane, we need to get Henrietta bit by another wolf to see if it was just a fluke.
Okay.
okay, I would have died if I hadn't rolled the nat 20.
Oh wait. You know what? No, I'm giving it to you. I ran recovery checks slightly wrong. It should be a little bit harder. Each success only knocks down your dying value by 1.
Oh dear.
Unless actually, I'll leave it up to you. Do you want to, take my GM error and take that as rote? Or do you want to keep doing it to see if you can do it clean? I will tell you, either way, Henrietta is not done. I have plans for either way this turns out.
I'll just accept the fumble and say that I'm alive
Fair.
now. So
Very fair. Very fair. Where does it go to? Natural healing. That's my fault for running that wrong, but that's okay. Um, there we
What's
go.
for dinner? Spaghetti.
So you are clearly unconscious throughout the night. Go ahead and click your rest for the night button, and that should automatically take care of some of that. You now have 4 hit points. You wake up in the morning feeling like someone who has just been poisoned to near death and now is only recovered with 4 hit points. You are still wounded 3.
did anybody get the number of that donkey cart?
um
Wake up in the morning feeling like a girl in the city.
Okay.
I was concerned where that was going.
I'm going to go ahead and take these out because you still have 2 weeks to recover. You do not turn into a werewolf on the full moon. So that's good.
I
However,
woo
before you...
with happiness and just be glad it's not an awoo.
All right. So now, a little bit of bookkeeping. We've got 5 magic items, 4 of which are unidentified. Does anybody want to give me a Arcana check? I think Arcana for all of these. Yes, Arcana for all of these in order to identify the thing.
I'm untrained, but I'll give it a roll.
I'm trained in Arcana, but not identify.
Yeah, identify is just part of the roll now.
Oh, okay.
It's no
then
longer
I'll
like
do that.
a separate
Sure.
spell. Yeah. Okay, roll me an Arcana check.
Both of us are just.
You can. I think you can both do that. Yeah.
Okay. Never mind. That's a good one.
Right. That's for the items level. Hang on, having trouble pulling that up. There we go. Hen, you do manage to identify the first unusual liquid as Eagle Eye Elixir.
Hmm.
That did not do what I wanted it to do. Oh, that switched it to that. Oh, apparently that's supposed to be crafting. Arcana. I'll have you do that for the next one. Eagle Eye Elixir Moderate, which is an alchemical elixir. It takes 1 action to drink it. After you drink this elixir, you notice subtle visual details. For the next hour, you gain a +2 item bonus to perception checks, or +3 when attempting to find secret doors and traps. And that is worth 27 gold pieces. We have another unusual liquid, the green one this time, and this time I'm going to do it properly with the wonderful tools that Foundry has given us. So this is going to be a crafting check. And again, anybody can do this. Or everybody.
A crafting check.
Crafting check, yes.
I don't really have any of that. So what would I roll instead? What is it?
It is still crafting, you're just not trained.
Okay, where's that then? Because I don't see it on here.
Craft is a skill that you have.
Oh, I see it. I was looking for like crafting something.
No. No, just straight craft. That's how you identify alchemy, since alchemy is not technically made with magic.
I have no idea.
So Hen has no idea. Does anybody else want to try with crafting?
I will.
I'll give it a go if that doesn't work.
I'm not trained in it.
Wait, what is your magic? What's
You
your
don't have to
magic
be.
bonus? Because mine's a +9, I think.
You can all try it.
Magic bonus?
I'm not putting any limits on this.
Oh,
Yeah, like
This
or
is stuff that's
Arcana,
between
I meant.
adventures.
Oh, Arcana is a +1.
Not quite enough, Kara.
look, could she use
Arcana doesn't matter. This is a crafting check.
You could use a religion.
Nope, this is crafting because these are alchemical supplies, which is handled
Okay.
with craft. Alchemy in 2E is not actually a magical discipline. Well, okay. Elowin knows exactly what it is. Elowin has clearly seen these things before. This is moderate serene mutagen. When you drink it, you gain inner serenity, but you find violence off-putting. You gain a +2 item bonus to will saves and perception, medicine, nature, religion, and survival checks. This bonus improves to +3 when you attempt will saves against mental effects. You take a -1 penalty to attack rolls and save DCs of offensive spells, and a -1 penalty per damage die to all weapon, unarmed attack, and spell damage. And it lasts for 10 minutes.
I have a question.
And that's worth 12 GP.
Yep. So that potion, would I be able to say, like, if we have like a hostile target, forcefully like shove it down their throat and they won't fight us anymore? Since they're it's like
it would require rolls for you to make them drink it. But if you manage to make them drink it, then yes, that'll give them, that inner serenity. It doesn't quite work like calm emotions, but it makes it harder for them to be violent.
oh well, that yeah, we should definitely keep that. That could come in handy.
And then one more unusual liquid that you have here. This will again be a crafting check.
I got it. Watch, I got this. I am the skill junkie of the group.
All right, go on then.
Crafting.
You know what? Because I can use because I'm a throw in my wished alive bonus and wish because it's per day and this just happens intermittently, so I might as well.
Fair enough. Yeah. Go ahead.
Let's roll that +10.
All right, that is Definitely enough. You do identify this, and you identify this as Silver Tongue Mutagen, again, moderate. Your features become striking, and your voice becomes musical and commanding, though emotion clouds your reason. Benefit, you gain a +2 item bonus to Deception, Diplomacy, Intimidation, and Performance checks. Your critical failures with any of these skills become failures instead. Drawback, you take a -2 item penalty to Arcana, Crafting, Lore, Occultism, and Society checks. Choose one skill in which you are trained. For the duration, you become untrained in that skill. All your failures to recall knowledge become critical failures. Duration is 10 minutes.
Oh,
So you become incredibly charismatic, but also kind of stupid.
100%. Baxter's going to pocket that shit.
That is worth
The
12
po- the-
GP.
The potion of himbo.
That potion of
Oh my
himbo,
god,
indeed.
it's well, think about it. Think about it. The investigator whose entire job is to gain information, having the ability to temporarily become a himbo is going to be very vital to my investigations.
Yeah, sure, okay. And then we have the Fang necklace. Now, this can be identified with either Arcana, Nature, Religion, or Occultism.
Occultism. I will roll that.
We can all do this
Huh.
one?
Yeah, anybody could do that.
Okay.
Your
I'll do
choice of
religion.
Arcana, Nature, Religion, or Occultism, but you can only choose one. Baxter,
Oh,
Well, I think
Pythia, it
Elowen's
rolled
got
yours
this.
privately even to me. Pythia rolled yours privately even to me. I'm not even sure how that can happen. You need to try that again, setting it to where it's public.
My roll, no roll for you.
So, Baxter, you are convinced that this is a deeply cursed item that needs to be destroyed immediately.
What?
Everybody else knows that that's bullshit because everybody else made the roll. With Elowen critically succeeding in the roll. This is a wolf fang, which is worth 4 GP. Anytime you successfully trip a foe, as a free action, you deal bludgeoning damage equal to your strength modifier to the target of your trip.
ooh, Henrietta should get that.
Yeah, basically this is a consumable item. It goes away once you use it, like crumbles to dust once you use it.
Oh, it's just one time
You
use.
can it doesn't take up any kind of slot. It's a magical talisman. That you can affix it anywhere to armor, a shield, a weapon. You must be wielding or wearing the item that it's affixed to activate a talisman. Once activated, it burns out permanently. So if you want to stick a wolf fang on any armor, shield, or weapon you have, as long as it's affixed to an armor, shield, or weapon, you can just activate it as a free action anytime you trip somebody successfully.
You said it's a wolfbane necklace, so how many are on there?
I was mistaken when I said it was a necklace. It is a talisman.
Oh, okay.
And it is a single wolf fang.
All right.
Whoever gets this will get one chance to be the ultimate bully to somebody.
Take my strength and bludgeoning damage.
Mm.
All right. So the question I have now is whether or not you affix this or not, or use this or anything, who is carrying the stuff? We've got our arboreal boots, which, just to remind you, worth 160 GP. These soft leather boots are embossed with simple woodland scenes. The boots grant a +1 item bonus to acrobatics and allow you to ignore difficult terrain from plants and fungi. That's the permanent magical item. Everything else is a consumable magical item. So who's taking what? I need to know who's holding on to it, whether or not you're using
Yeah.
it.
I think
No,
the
I am
boots
going
would go
to.
hand.
I'm going to take the him. I will take the himbo potion, and that is it.
Everybody cool with that? Baxter taking the himbo potion,
Yeah, that's fine with me.
which is its official name now.
I don't need charisma for anything, so I'm fine.
Who is taking the boots? Or you can sell them for 80 gold pieces.
If nobody else wants them, I'll take them.
I think we should sell them. They're not really that useful, and it's
Yeah,
an
Yeah,
influx
and
of
they're worth a
cash.
lot of money. So
Yeah,
So-
okay. So we'll sell
Sure.
those, and let's see. 80 divided by 5 is
Hang on, can we only get
16
half
each?
for a magical item that's
Yeah,
not a
you can-
consumable?
You can only get half for anything. That's a standard that's been in Dungeons and Dragons and Pathfinder forever, and it just is meant to do the gold
No.
economy. Now the alternative is actually I think currently Dungeons and Dragons is like 1/10.
No, it's usually a tenth off the price because they need to make profit. They don't give you a tenth of what it's worth.
I do not believe that's accurate, but in Pathfinder Second Edition, it is a half. However, if you want to try to find a specific buyer who specifically needs it, there's a chance that you can get more for that. You get half if you just sell it in the general store.
Okay, I want to try
if you wanna
selling it
actually-
to the
Okay.
dude from the lumberjack camp, the one that's constantly in the forest.
How many downtime days did I say that you had after you built this stuff? I think I said you had.
I think I either have
Yeah,
4 or 2 on
I think
my
you had
end.
4 more left on your end.
Yeah.
All right, so that's 4 opportunities you have to find the right person. Why don't you go ahead and roll me? Let's see, what am I going to do with that? I am going to have you roll a society or diplomacy check. I'll let you roll diplomacy for this if you want, because you know exactly who you're trying to go to. But otherwise, it's
Yeah.
a society check.
I'm going to do diplomacy and just hope I roll well.
Okay.
It's not terrible, but it's not great.
It's not terrible, not great. I will let you sell it for 60% with that, which would be, let's see.
How come Hen couldn't threaten them to give them a more fair price?
I mean, I'd let them try, but they're trying to do this in the middle of a camp full of lumberjacks. That's a pretty hefty circumstance bonus
Yeah,
against
they
intimidation.
already don't like me.
Yeah. So that means you would get 96 gold pieces for it. He's willing to give you 96 gold pieces for those boots.
I mean, it's more than we were getting. Does anyone
is.
mind?
it's more than we were getting.
Maybe we can
Yeah.
find a magic shop to trade a magic item for a magic item?
I don't think anywhere does that. Unless we find a traveling shop, which is usually run by Faye, and therefore the rules are out the window.
All right. If you did that, then everybody would get 19 gold and 2 silver. Divvying evenly, if that's how you want to do that.
Yeah, that works.
Okay.
I mean, option number 3 is I could take the boots into the forest and call for the Fae and be like, "You want some boots?"
You have contacts among the Fae that I don't know about.
I mean, we met some. We just have to shout until they
Yeah.
turn up again.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You did meet some Griggs. That is correct.
Yeah, and I'm an animal. They're fairies. We're not too different apart.
All
yeah.
right. I'm adding the gold pieces to each of your pages. That'll give you some spending cash. Oh, wait, no, not for Verona. Verona does not get a share. Verona is a mere follower. You presumably pay her through virtue of your feat.
Imagine.
Elowen pays Verona by just whatever she feels like giving her.
Yeah, because Verona can't afford any equipment on her own, which means
Yeah.
Elowen has to buy any equipment upgrades for her.
Yeah.
Verona gets paid in exposure to the holy light.
Oh,
Exactly.
God.
And she gets
This
scraps.
is part of her.
No, I'm kidding.
This is part of her training as a Pharasman paladin.
Wait, Erasmus a paladin?
Verona is currently a sword and board fighter, but she is training with the Church of Pharasma, which means
To
a paladin
become a
is not
paladin, usually.
impossible. Well, Yeah, I don't think we've established if she's on that path yet or not, but it's definitely a possible future for her,
Ooh,
depending
so you're
on
telling me we could get a
what
follower?
Eloy does
Indeed.
with her.
We could get a Smite follower. That's awesome.
Theoretically, depends on whether or not Eloyn takes those feats. Speaking of which, Eloyn, you do need to choose your feats, and I believe
Yes.
you have one as well.
I
Who is
took
taking?
Hobnobber.
Oh, nice.
Hmm.
That just sounds like a wonderful feat. Let me take a look at that.
It's I get bonuses to gather information. Gather information exploration checks.
Takes half as long as normal, typically to 1 hour. If you ever become a master of diplomacy and roll a critical failure to gather information, you get a failure instead. But that's still not a guarantee that the rumor you learn with gather information is accurate. But still, that's a fun one. I like that.
Yeah, it still just avoids a critical failure and completely the wrong information.
Who is taking the Eagle Eye Elixir?
Which one does that do again? Perception
This
checks?
is the one that increases your, for the next hour, you get a +2 item bonus to perception, or +3 when attempting to find secret doors and traps.
Give that to me.
I was going to say, who's our highest perspiration?
Me,
Okay.
the
I
investigator.
think so. You are an expert in it, and your wisdom is
Adequate.
adequate, yes. And you've got scent, which is counted as perception. You do not, however, have dark vision. That is something to keep in mind.
Oh yeah, I know I don't have dark vision. Yet.
Yet.
Meanwhile, I have shark vision.
Okay, and then next on the list is who gets the go back to the stash here.
Serpent
the
really doesn't
serene
want these to just
mutagen.
stay
This
in
is
our
the one
stash.
that this is the one that makes you better at thinking and will, but harder to hit people.
I think that we should give that one to Henrietta because my idea with that one is we shove it down the throat of a really powerful enemy who's kicking our ass.
You will drink this
Alright.
and you will suck at combat.
All right, we'll give that to Hen. And who's gonna get the Wolf Fang? That is a one shot to do your strength damage to anybody who gets tripped.
Once again,
Who's
give
gonna
that to
bully?
Hen.
What did you say, Ellen?
Oh, I just said, who wants to be a bully?
Yeah.
Henrietta will
Henrietta.
be a
Or
bully.
actually, or Xios. Xios could also take it. Kara.
No, I don't think we should give Kara anything else.
What? You don't
I
want
think
me
Kara
to
has
be more
enough.
of a bully?
Kara has enough.
I will say that Kara has the highest strength bonus of any of you.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Kara is a strength-based fighter.
Kara will do 3 points of damage, whereas Hen will do 2.
It's
It's not that much of a difference.
It's
but...
not. It's a negligible amount. So.
All right, so we're saying Hen.
Hmm.
That's what I'm hearing from people. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Hen, because you stay up at the site, overseeing construction for a little while after that, which will result in a huge set of bedroom suites that are very nice. Nobody else will theoretically even know that you almost died, except for Dinky and Pinky.
Who
your
she
kobold
has
companions.
intimidated into never telling anyone.
Ah, I see. Let's see. Hang on a second, because we can actually do a thing here. Now that we know you survived.
Right, what's the stream title now?
The stream title now is Carnival of Tears. Session 1.
Not to be confused with Carnival of Rust, which is a wonderful song.
Not to be confused with Carnival of Carnivals.
that like Musical of Musicals, the musical?
So is
Yeah.
this no, I'm not going to make that historical joke. That's bad taste.
All right. And behold our new landing page with new cards for everybody. I mean, same cards, but new designs. Paizo came out with a new hero deck. That looks very pretty.
So, how's hell?
Right.
You tell us.
No sooner had, just as up at Droskar's Crucible, Henrietta is waking up, Kara vanishes. And I want to make this clear to everybody else. Kara just flat out vanishes. She goes to bed one night, and the next morning she's not there. No matter what you do to find her, you can't. And then 2 weeks later, Kara's back, looking a little different. Kara, you want to take over from there?
Yeah, where was this posted again?
Under journal.
Oh, right, it's in the
You'll
game.
see. Yeah. Under journal, you'll see a folder called PC information, and you should be able to access your own information there and see your downtime. And this is also an excellent time for you to tell each other about the downtimes, because you meet again on Moon Day, Erastus 29 of the year 4707 by Absalom reckoning, which is the day before the new moon.
Okay, that's on the stream. So, for a week, I worked as a guard protecting the merchants. That's what you saw me doing. That's how I made my money and whatnot. And then, all of a sudden, I was gone. I lost my place. So I returned to Falcon's Hall. I can't sleep, and I'm drawn outside of town. You might have saw me leaving, right? No?
Possibly, but it was after dark. Probably nobody saw you leave.
Hen might.
Definitely nobody. Definitely no. Hen was up at Droskar's
Yeah,
Crucible.
I'm nowhere near you.
Yeah, Hen's a day and a half away.
Ah,
Definitely nobody saw what happened to you.
but they
Little
might
Paul might have seen
see
you leave,
the
but, you know.
moon being
Yeah,
blotted out.
Little Paul might have seen you leave, but around this time, Little Paul was also starting on her introspection that she did for a while.
They might notice the moon being blotted out by a massive shadow.
No, that's from you.
Oh,
I'm telling you, nobody notices.
okay.
Nobody knows.
This dragon is truly massive. Not counting its tail, it's 30 feet long.
Is this you telling the party after you get back about what happened
Oh,
to
I
you?
thought it was just doing it for the stream.
Oh, no. I mean, you can if you want,
Okay.
but do specify whether or not you tell any of this to the party.
If you want me to just do it in character-wise, I can do that instead.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just do it with character.
Okay.
You can bring up your downtime on the streaming page so that people on the stream can read it.
Yeah, I have it up there, but it doesn't fit. It's more than one page. There we go.
It was pretty long. I had a lot of fun writing that one.
It looks like you've added more since the last time I looked this up.
I don't think so.
There's more paragraphs than there was this morning.
I haven't changed it since I
Huh.
wrote it yesterday.
Either way, where is everyone at the end of 3 weeks? Are they all in the keep?
They would be back in Falcon's Hollow. Ready to go shopping, because I think that's what everybody's doing at the end is
If
selling stuff and
mind,
buying more stuff.
could I get perception rolls from it? Is that okay?
How well do you perceive your party member who seems to arrive just as mysteriously as she vanished? That morning, she just kind of walks into town.
Well, this
From
is more
outside.
for if they smell me coming.
Pythia, you are still doing blind rolls. I think it's set. I think I know what happened here. Hang on a second. Let me. Yeah, there we go.
Okay. So everyone, I guess.
Those are pretty good perception checks.
Oh wait, no, that's just Elwyn and Littlepaw. What the? So
Elwyn and Littlepaw, yeah. Baxter may have noticed the more obvious things.
So the first thing people notice
Eh.
probably is the wafting smell of sulfur coming through the building.
Yeah, until you get yourself like a bath, you're gonna smell of sulfur.
And brimstone and all that.
The same thing.
My
Sulfur
wings
is the
are
brimstone.
broken and bandaged up. There is a mark on my body that Littlepaw and Elwyn probably easily spot.
You're bleeding through, darling.
No, there's no
Shadow, you're bleeding
silhouette.
through.
Shadow.
Shadow, you're bleeding through. All right. So what mark do they notice, Kara?
It's this scale that's been imprinted into my arm. It doesn't look like mine. It's more diabolic.
Sorry.
You said it had like hints of lava into it.
Yeah, it is jet black, except there may be parts of it that seem to glow like metal when it's heated. And it is in a horrific spike. Like, yes, it looks natural, except you don't know of any creature that has spikes that twist like that. Like, it doesn't look worked. It doesn't look like it was forged or anything. It just looks like it's from a nightmare.
I'm probably going to collapse in the first room I encounter that's been cleaned.
Oh, you paid for comfortable lifestyle, so you got an actual room at the inn.
Let's see. Littlepaw rolled higher, so I probably collapse in front of Littlepaw and just muttering, "I may have made a mistake."
Littlepaw is going to lean. Littlepaw leans down to you and whispers into your ear. And like, it's very quiet and serene. You really shouldn't use it.
Hey, bud, will you do me a favor? All right. So that's what happened to Kara. Hen, we've already dealt with your downtime, so how much of that are you telling to the party?
We got a bedroom. And I'm not a wolf.
Oh, okay.
Wait, how did you unbecome a wolf?
A very careful choice of dietary restrictions.
Oh, you just had to watch your calories for a little bit.
Yeah.
I understand. I got it.
Hey, Hen.
Atkins diet, perfect cure for lycanthropy.
Hey, Hen. I no longer want to fight Payday Tatum. He's not my rival anymore. I know of someone much bigger. You know how big dragons can get?
Yes, I've seen a few of them dead.
Littlepaw lights in a wrinkle her nose. You stink. You know, if you're gonna go down to the infernal levels, at least take a bath when you get back. And then she trots off.
Sulfur is the smell of rotten eggs. It is not pleasant.
I'll have you know,
Can I make
the infernal levels smell better.
Hen specifically doesn't notice because, as far as she's concerned, this is how Kara always smells.
Ow! How low did you
Baxter is
roll?
going. One sec. Can I
I
make
didn't.
Oh.
Serpent?
Yes.
Seeing the symbol on Kara.
But you don't. You only rolled a 14, so unless somebody else mentions it, you don't see the scale that's been grafted onto her upper arm.
Okay. Is anyone gonna mention it?
It's hidden by her clothes most of the time.
Yeah.
Littlepaw isn't, but she did say loudly if when she said, if you're going to the Infernal, you should take a bath when you get back. She did say that quite loudly.
Elowen doesn't say anything about it because she would want to talk about it in private first.
Oh my god, I just realized something. Majority of our party is related to some celestial body in one way or another.
Yup.
Me and Hen are the only normal people.
Normal.
So,
You were saying, Baxter?
No, what I was saying is after hearing that, Baxter would probably, his floppy ears would perk up a little bit at the term infernal, and then the smell of the sulfur, everything would come together, and Baxter's eyes would widen as he walks over to Kara and whispers, "How'd you get to hell? And can I get, or no, I gotta do the voice. Good Kara. Could you please tell me how in the blazes you got to hell? I really would like to know. You see, if you could just, give me a little bit of information as to how you traveled between planes of existence. It could be really good for research in the futures."
Aura rolls over so that her back is like on the floor now. Baxter, I have to word everything I say very carefully now. So be careful what you ask me.
I'm smart enough. I'm sure I can decipher it.
Little pod. Go ahead.
Do I sense myself being watched right now, or?
You do not. I mean, depends on who you talk about by, because you wouldn't sense yourself being watched by a god as powerful as T.R.A.S.H. T.R.A.S.H can just see whatever T.R.A.S.H wants. Your patron you might have a chance of looking at because he'd have to use some sort of scrying on you, some sort of magical scrying. And that would at least give you a chance to see the remote sensor. But
so I wouldn't be able to feel T.R.A.S.H's presence or anything?
Not unless T.R.A.S.H wanted to be felt. To be fair, gods very rarely pay attention to individual mortals. Unless they do something remarkably cool or remarkably ridiculous.
I don't sense scrying from him, right?
No, you probably don't.
Go ahead and roll me a perception check. Since you are deliberately trying to see if you're being scryed on, this would be a seek check.
Okay, so you're just taking perception for seek then, right?
Yeah, this is a seek check. To when somebody scries on you, an invisible sensor, basically magical eye, appears near you. You normally can't see it, but if you specifically look for it, you have a chance of seeing it. Just like with a normal invisible person. Normally you don't see it, but if you specifically look, you have a chance of seeing somebody who's invisible, or at least getting a general idea of where they are. But you do not sense anyone watching you, Kara.
She tries to say this in a reluctant tone. I was taken there by my master.
Oh?
There are a few ways to get there, but I can't offer your path there because then I would have to follow through. You don't want me to follow through.
You know what? Valid points. Good day. And Baxter would just walk out.
And then little paw trots back in, holding a pitcher of water.
How?
With her mouth, obviously.
An entire pitcher when it's bigger than you.
Yeah, how?
Absolutely.
Little paws, very strong for a ferret of her size.
But that's strong, jeez.
Little paw's strength is a +1, and that does not, it's +1, and that's the same as a +1 from a medium-sized creature. So she can lift anything that a medium-sized creature with a +1 strength can.
So yeah, she's holding it in her mouth, and she's going to trot over to Kara and then upend it over them.
Do I see them coming?
Yes, because it is a full-size pitcher, and there's no way to do that stealthily.
I'm gonna try to throw one
It
of
is,
the
in fact, quite
marbles
comical.
that's in my pocket to shatter the pitcher. I'm assuming it's glass.
It'd be clay.
It would actually probably be ceramic.
Yeah.
But that still shatters.
Yeah, but not as easily. You can try it, though. Go ahead and give me a ranged thrown attack.
When did I throw a knife before?
No, the marble just plinks off the pitcher. And you get all wet.
And
Little
now,
shit.
Now Kara smells of sulfur and wet cat.
yes, it's an improvement. Little paw is going to beam and look at you, and then go, "Well, that's what you get for pledging yourself to an evil god."
I say that because we wouldn't have survived that encounter down there.
Excuses, excuses. And then she's going to lean in again, and then in that really just unnerving, fucking serene voice, say, "You must not surrender fully to her." And then she trots again.
What was that?
What was what? And off she trots.
You must not surrender your ownership of a hat.
I don't have a hat.
And
Do
the
I have to
game of
buy a
telephone
hat?
begins.
Oh my god.
Where
Wait,
do
you
I-
just said you didn't have a hat.
Yeah, where am I going to get a hat
That means
from?
you've already denied the ownership of a hat. You have failed.
Oh no.
All right. Meanwhile, while Little Paw didn't vanish, but did spend a whole lot of time outside of the city, and Hen spent pretty much all the time outside of the city, and Kara up and vanished, Elwyn and Baxter were quite visible around Falcon's Hollow. This time, it would have been public knowledge that Elwyn was helping out at the Church of Iamade, doing healing of a number of people, and Baxter. Baxter's just been kind of running around. Baxter's been seen at the High Market. Baxter's been seen other places. Whether or not the two of you want to elaborate on that common knowledge is up to you.
See, Baxter would not elaborate because Baxter does have an oath of secrecy to whoever his clientele are.
Elowen would be very excitedly telling the stories, like her eyes all lit up, but she's saying awful things like, "This one guy had tuberculosis and I was watching him cough up blood and then I made him all better."
I don't know if any of you know any doctors or biologists, but dinner with surgeons and biologists are interesting.
This one time at medicine camp?
Yeah, basically. Oh, it would have been very interesting, like, as you're eating food, it's just like, yeah, and did you know that, like, the human brain just kind of looks gray? Yeah. I saw it
That's
today. I had
Elowen.
to cut through a guy's skull.
Yeah, so just imagine her talking about just like gross stuff, just nasty over dinner.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, so you were at the first layer.
Huh?
So
What'd
as
you
you're
say?
catching up,
Oh.
as you're catching up and then going shopping today, an interesting thing happens. Like it starts out pretty balmy out, and then it starts getting colder, unseasonably so. Like just a sudden wind through there. Not unheard of for summer, especially in where you're at, which is sort of a temperate latitude, but rare. Like you would not expect it to be this cold at this time of year. It's very unusual.
And what did you do?
Huh?
What did you do?
What do you mean?
You took the magic wolfsbane, and now the weather's all screwy.
Oh no, did I upset a nymph?
Little paw just kind of like stands up on her hind legs and is just looking around with her ears folding down against her head.
And around that same time, a figure is seen in Falcon's Hollow. Well, figure makes them sound, creepy and ominous. And that's intentional because they are kind of creepy and ominous, but also fascinating. And this person is going around Falcon's Hollow putting up flyers that say, the Carnival is coming. See the menagerie of freaks. Participate in games of strength and wit. Watch fire eaters, jugglers, entertainers. Tremble before the dreaded Minotaur. See the sword dance of shadows. Escape from the ice maze. Win fabulous prizes. And then in big letters at the bottom of the poster, it says, children will not be permitted into the menagerie or the burlesque show.
I should hope not.
In big letters to make sure that everybody sees, which of course drums up far more interest than anything else.
I can see it now, the crowd of parents that are just happy to get away from their kids.
I'm sorry. Can someone repeat that? What did I?
The people putting up these posters include a tall, gaunt. I always forget what they're called now. Hang on. A tall, gaunt Iuverin. That is someone who has both elf and other ancestry, in this case, elf and human ancestry. His skin pale. His hair long, black, thickly oiled, dressed in a fine, almost skin-tight outfit of black leather with a long half cape that billows behind him and two magnificent-looking swords at his hip. He's one of the ones putting up posters, the most interesting of them. Others include what appear to be a strongman, bulging with muscles, the big mustache. Um, duh, duh, duh. A man with a gray goatee and wearing just pants and suspenders, his chest and arms bare, and his arms just riddled with what look like puncture marks. And those are the three people that you see putting up the posters around town. And at the bottom of each of those posters, it says, "Come see the carnival at the new moon." And that's tomorrow.
Out of curiosity, out of like the troop and like the people that I've seen so far, have I seen any other living animals besides Little Paw?
You have not, but then you have only seen 3 figures so far.
Okay.
The poster directs people to the other side of the river foam, south of town, where they've set up in where they say they're setting up about 15 minutes walk away from Falcon's Hollow. If you look at the map on the landing page, you'll see the river foam on the south side of Falcon's Hollow, and then to the southwest there is sort of an open plain, and that's where they're setting up, where my little marker is there.
Oh.
Right about there.
Question, is this a bridge right here?
There is not a bridge there, but there are ferries.
Okay, because like I see the map and it goes like
Actually, no,
over
that does look like
here.
a bridge, doesn't it? That
Yeah,
was
because
not
like
in the pictures of Falcon's Hollow. Yes, there is a bridge there. We will say.
Okay, because the map like goes this way and then into this like forest-looking
Yeah,
area, and then
that
there's
is
this
definitely a
crossing right
bridge.
here.
Sorry, I was
Okay.
thinking of the image of Falcon's Hollow that they had, which only showed the shoreline, but I guess there is a bridge further towards the west of town.
Yeah. Okay. That's good to know, because then we don't have to pay for a ferry because we're broke.
Not anymore, because you sold those boots.
Yeah.
Look at your character sheet.
Oh yeah, we oh yeah, I forgot we sold the boots. I was
Yeah.
thinking we were at like 6 gold because Hayden spent it all.
You've got quite a lot of monies.
You know what I'm gonna do with that quite a lot of money? 20 gold worth of bullets.
You're never gonna run out again.
I'm also not gonna have storage space. I'm gonna be encumbered the whole time.
Just you're gonna be a dog in a very posh like waistcoat and tweed jacket and hat, and then just like bandoliers all over. All right. You see people very excited about the carnival, especially children who are murmuring about whether or not they're going to be able to sneak in to see the menagerie. And a few of the boys who may or may not actually know what they're talking about, talking about sneaking in to see the burlesque show.
The ones who have definitely done it before, guys. Honest.
Definitely done before, guys. Yeah, totally. I stick it in girls' belly buttons all the time. But as the cold snap continues, people start shivering. They start hurrying home to fetch some of their coats. You hear some of this. Oh, there's a cold wind coming off of the mountains today. Makes you almost wish Droskar's crag would blow its top again. Heat things up a little bit, right? Don't even. We don't want that. So what do you decide to do with the day? It's now about. Oh, wait. Oh, that's by the day. Here we go.
Little boy is looking
Now about noon.
increasingly uncomfortable. Like, not from the cold, because, she's insulated. She's getting skittish.
Yeah, and while certainly a lot of that's from Little Paw, not all of it is from Little Paw. Like, there's skittishness coming from inside you, too.
Yep. That's why she's skittish.
Yep.
Are you still, like, riding one of us, or?
At this point, yeah, she will have climbed onto the comfortable perch of the usual Celestia, I believe.
Eloin.
And
Yep,
Eloin,
that's
yeah.
me.
Yeah, she'll have climbed onto Eloin, and she's like trembling on her head.
You see the sort of lanky, sort of rangy form of Mikrajabs, the butcher's son, who you rescued from the kobolds 3 weeks ago. Look at the poster, and with him is Jurin Creed, Thuldrin Creed's son. And Mikra says, "What does it say?" And Jurin reads it to him. And then he turns and says, "Are you going to the carnival?"
Serpent? As soon
Yes.
as I see Creed in as for that poster, I'm tearing it down.
No. Jurin Creed, the son.
Yeah, as soon as I see Creed, looking at the poster, I'm about to tell it to the younger kid, I'm tearing it down.
Okay, you walk over to the public square and just rip down the carnival poster.
And I'm going to glare back at both the kids. We just saved you. I don't care how fun the carnival is. I don't care what's happening there. We are not dealing with kids in trouble again. Do not go to this carnival.
But is there going to be trouble? Why did I give them a lower class British accent? This is Falcon Solo. Is there going to be trouble?
Why? Because carnival goers always have something going on. Scams, taking advantage of people.
But they also have games. I like games.
We can bring you games
Baxter is gonna.
once we make sure this carnival
Baxter's
is
gonna.
safe. But I am not having to
Baxter's
deal
gonna
with
make
rushing
his
and
way
saving kids
over.
again. You understand me?
One at a time, ladies.
Yeah. What did you say, Baxter?
Baxter's gonna, seeing Kara start to scold the kids, is gonna walk up to Kara, put a hand on her shoulder, or a paw on her shoulder, and say, "No, there's no need for that. It's a carnival after all. It's not like they're going back into the kobold, damp caves."
Are there going to be kobolds at the carnival? There are going to be
That's
people
not
who
gonna.
are going to take us?
No, don't listen to the cat.
Jurin
Everything.
gets wide-eyed and says, My dad says sometimes that the sort of scroungy people who travel around kidnap kids sometimes."
Exactly.
You mean my dad is right?
No, you're. One sec.
Look,
At this point, Hen is going to grab Baxter and sort of pull them away.
look, give us 2 days to make sure this carnival is on the up and up. That they're not trying to rob you blind, kidnap you, or do unspeakable things to anyone. Okay?
But it's only going to be here for a week.
So you'll have 5 days.
Jurin looks very disappointed, but also a little spooked. The trauma is still very fresh for these two poor kids.
Baxter is going to. I'm sorry, Serpent. Baxter is going to get down on one knee, and he's going to look to them and say, "Here."
Hen, are you still grabbing Baxter?
Yeah, I'm already dragging them away.
Yeah, Baxter. How are you dealing with that? Hen is physically trying to pull you away.
Oh.
The reason this is silver economy, right?
Why is Hen trying to pull me away? I'm just trying to talk to kids.
You'd have to ask Hen.
Yeah,
You're trying to get
Baxter would turn to him and be like, "What is the problem, Goblin?"
Ooh.
They have just been through a very traumatic experience, and you're here telling them that people on the road are very, very easy to trust. No.
I never said that they are easy to trust.
You were saying
I-
that they wouldn't be kidnapped. That is a very real
I-
possibility.
I said it's unlikely they would be kidnapped. And also, as someone who has studied a little bit of the brain, enjoyable activities after traumatic events can help with recovery. So, are we really gonna? Would you rather these kids wallow in their depression, their fears, and all of that, or would you let them have some fun?
I would rather that they spend a couple of days absorbing the lesson that they've learned so they don't make the mistake again. And then, when we know it's safe, then they can have fun.
Okay.
I
let
don't
me
want
tell
to
that
agree with
them.
Kara currently, but she has the right of it.
Okay, then let me tell it to them before Kara scares them shitless.
So while those two are talking, I'm going to say to Creed and the other one, look, here, I'm giving you 2 gold each. Stay out of the carnival for 2 days. Then you can go to the carnival and spend this there. How's that?
Wow. Yeah, we can do that. Thanks, Kara. And Jurin and Mikro will give you a hug. And then take the 2 gold. 2 gold each, you said?
Yes, I'm taking 4 gold out of me.
Drop 4 gold. Yeah, take 4 gold off your sheet, and they will run with that horde. Like, that is more money than they have seen in a year of allowances. That's more money than During Creed's dad gives him.
Little Paw is gonna like trying to like nest in Eloin's hair, just like trying to pull it around her, and she's whimpering.
Eloin, how is your hair as a blanket? I don't think we've ever discussed how thick your hair is.
Oh, I imagine it like my hair. So like fine hair but a thick head, you know? Lots of hair. So pretty warm.
You're the one who said you had a thick head, not me.
Correct.
Yeah, okay, so fine hair, but plenty of it to sort of nest in.
yeah.
You feel the ferret like tugging at your hair to sort of burrow under a whole lump of it.
Just like very quietly from under the hair. The cold is scary. It's coming for us.
Yeah, where everyone else is like, it's cold, it's scary. Hen is perfectly fine in this weather. She loves it.
How am I in this weather now?
Well, you're used to the desert, so
Yeah.
it's definitely colder than you like it's not freezing. You're not going to die of hypothermia or anything like that. But coming from Osirian,
But
it doesn't get this cold in Osirian.
But I now have this different type of skin.
Yes, but it doesn't actually protect you from the weather yet.
Would Baxter be okay with the cold since I do have a fur coat?
You are also from a little bit further north, so again, it is unseasonable, but it's not freezing. It's not hypothermia.
Yeah, like would I need to go out of what I'm asking is like would I need to go out of way to like wear like a jacket or something, or would like just my suit and coat be sufficient?
It's like 50 degrees in the middle of the day on a sunny day in July.
Oh, that's nothing.
Well, it's very unusual for July. Maybe a little bit lower than that, but like not lower than 40.
You've obviously never lived in the Midwest. That's normal.
Is that normal? I haven't. I'm a Southern boy.
Yeah, no,
Let me tell you, we had a huge snowstorm, and then about 3 days later, it was 70 degrees.
Yep.
Well, I mean that happens in the South all the time, but it happens like in January.
No, this happens in like March. Like I think the one Scarlett's talking about, or Celestia is talking about, happened in like last year of like March, April.
No, this was a couple weeks ago.
You are currently in the middle of summer. Erastus is essentially July, or at the tail end of July. So
Okay.
July about to go into August. It should be the hottest point of the year.
Yeah.
And this is more like what you'd get. Actually, yeah, I'm gonna say lower than 50, getting towards 40. It's like a brisk fall day. Just unseasonable, unseasonable here in the Vale. Like if you went up into the mountains that surround the Vale, maybe. GM just showing off his, complete ignorance of how people in the North live.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes. Yes, you forget.
San Francisco is the farthest north I've ever lived.
What?
That's not north. That is
That's
not
not north.
north.
Wait,
I know
That
it's
is
not
not-
north.
so is
It's the
this
farthest north I've ever lived, though.
the guy that we saw talking?
Which guy you saw talking?
The one with the balloons in this card?
Oh, no, the card is just a hero deck. It doesn't
Okay.
represent anybody in particular. I do have a picture of the guy who was putting up posters, at least the Iovaran who was putting up posters. Give me a second, and I'll see if I can pull it out of this source book. Hopefully I can. This is somewhat stylized, but it gives you the general gist of it. Yeah, there we go. Let me create a journal entry for him real quick.
Do you hear Nyx's tail flickering, tapping the chair, maybe? Only the stream mic picking that up.
I don't hear it.
Yeah, me neither.
Oh, it's good to know Discord tunes that out.
Yeah, there are artifacts around this one. I haven't had time to clean it up like I normally do with my images. But this is the character that I'm talking about. Give me 1 second, and I'll be able to show him to you.
It dawns on me that I probably just gave those two kids diabetes.
Yeah, like they're not going to spend that on candy.
Yeah. We'll keep them busy.
That's a great way to give two traumatized kids some unhealthy coping mechanisms. But you could do worse. You could do worse.
At least they're not getting
nice
alcohol.
gesture.
That you know of.
This is one thing that Pathfinder has been sort of like very cagey about is, how young they serve alcohol there. Because, historically, in the medieval period, it was like, yeah, it's a kid. Give him some of that watered down ale, It's what we drink. We don't have anything with which to purify water, so a little bit of alcohol in it kills the bacteria.
I believe there
Not that
is
I knew what
a
bacteria
actual
was.
guide on drinking ages for all species.
Is there?
They're humans, so they are going to be forced to, was it 21?
Is that in Pathfinder? I did not realize Pathfinder had articulated that.
I think dwarves is like age 5.
Well, it's like mother's milk to dwarves, isn't it?
Yeah, humans generally age 15 is the adult age, and therefore that's usually when they start drinking properly.
Yeah, which
Okay,
is
so I was
not
a little
entirely accurate to how it was in our world when people were at this technology level. But of course, this is a fantasy world, so it's perfectly fine to do that to avoid nasty questions.
Yeah.
I wonder where dogs fall on that spectrum.
I mean, generally speaking, you shouldn't get your dog drunk.
Yeah.
It's just a good rule of thumb. I'm fairly certain I've heard that from an animal behaviorist.
Actually, now that I think about it, if I was to say hypothetically eat chocolate, am I screwed?
Yes.
I mean, yeah, like you are a dog. You are not an anthro dog. You are a dog that has intelligence. So
Yeah. Yeah, maybe don't drink alcohol or grapes. Keep me away from grapes. Anyways, sorry.
sorry
for
this is taking
derailing.
so long. I'm having difficulty. It's fine. I'm having a little bit of difficulty with my file tree here because I have everything all organized, which means everything's in like a zillion subfolders. Which normally works fine, but not when I have to do something on the fly. There we go. This guy.
Oh yeah, no, fuck. I am not letting those kids anywhere near the carnival. He looks shady as fuck.
He's a sword dancer.
Dritz,
He
is
looks
that
really
you?
cool too.
Yeah, that's
Definitely not
definitely
Dritz.
Duerden.
That is definitely not Dritz.
That's Duerden right there. Look at him.
That is a goth Iuvarin. That is not a drow.
I'm a
Drow
Tell me,
honest.
tell me the
Drow don't
difference.
even exist in Pathfinder anymore.
Yeah, so what's this replacing?
Does kind of look like Dritz, doesn't it? But no, that is legally distinct and drawn by one of Paizo's own artists, which we are allowed to use under Paizo's wonderful community use clause.
Yeah, it's Fizzy the Garden.
It's Drizzle.
I just got one thing to say. You want to know what this guy looks like?
Edward Scissorhands?
A Dathomirian with hair.
Look, he looks like a
Dathomirian with
vampire.
hair.
That armor just screams Drow, though. Look at it.
It really
It really
does.
does. But it's supposed to be like he's supposed to be a showman. He's supposed to, dress like that to sort of show off.
And where are the bright
You know, and
poppy
look-
colors? Purple is not a poppy color.
There is something to be said for, sleek and dark. When you're a sword dancer.
I'll give him that. I'll give him that. As long
Yeah.
as there's another person in his act that is wearing the opposite colors.
Because like look at that. That is skin tight right there. That is a bodysuit. Anyways, that is who you see. The other people you saw are as I described. I don't have pictures for them. But yes, someone who is covered in what appear to be puncture marks, and someone who appears to be a strongman, bulging with muscles.
Oh, next. Oh.
No, Kara.
Hmm.
You're not fighting the strongman.
I mean, I'm grabbing that mallet, and we're both hitting that bell thing.
There is something small written on the poster that says something like, "Test your strength at the Titan's wheel." You're not quite sure what a Titan's wheel is, but it definitely says test your strength.
Hey, Han, roll me a for perception, would you?
Sure thing, boss.
Kara's gone. She's run off to go to that wheel.
The carnival's not open yet. Carnival doesn't open until the new moon tomorrow.
She is standing in line.
Oh my god.
Are you actually going to walk the 15 minutes across the river to go to the
Uh-huh,
fairground?
uh-huh. As soon as Kara
Yeah.
sees test your strength, he's gone.
How's everyone reacting to this?
That one scene from Airplane where all of them hit facepalm.
Okay.
At least I think that was Airplane.
I'm pretty
Could have
sure.
been
It was.
Naked
No,
Gun.
yeah, I think it was Naked Gun.
Okay. I knew it was Leslie Nielsen. That's all I knew.
Yeah. Definitely Leslie Nielsen. For you kids, that's the original Naked Gun, not the remake that just came out. Although that
Or
was
the
also
sequel?
nice.
And the other sequel?
Or either of the sequels. Either of the sequels. Or Police Squad, which was the original show. Around the time that Kara heads off, comes Kimmy Eve Walker with her mother. Kimmy Eve Walker's mother is an Ayuvaran, again, elven human ancestry. And because of that, she looks younger than her age. Like, she looks like she's around 30. And she looks really good. She looks really good. And Kimmy is just kind of pulling her along. It's like, Mom, come out. Look, it's Carnival's in town. All right, I'm coming to look. And she gets sight of Elowen and says, "Oh, hi, Elowen." She kind of tucks a strand of hair behind her ear.
Hi. What's up?
Oh, well, Kimmy was, being Kimmy, wandering around and saw some of the carnival folk, I guess, putting up posters. So she came to show me right away. Just, you know how kids get very excited.
For sure. Yeah. I'm kind of
And
excited too.
Kimmy's like, test your might at the Titan's wheel. I bet I could win that.
Well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. You want to give it a try?
Yeah. I want to try all the contests. Look, they got a whole list here. They say archery and yeah, I don't understand what some of these are, but they all seem to be like athletic contests.
Do you want to try and sound some of them out?
Oh, and pie eating. I don't know if I'm good at pie eating.
Everyone's good at
No,
pie eating.
I can read. I just don't know what a Titan's wheel is.
I guess we're going to have to find out together.
I'm not a little kid. And Katani Eve Walker, her mother, just kind of tries very hard not to giggle at Kimmy when she says that. Well, we can go there once it opens up tomorrow.
Well, I'll be glad to see you there.
I'll be glad to see you there. Maybe we can go. I don't know. It says they're gonna have boats out on a lake. Maybe we can go boating.
I think that sounds really peaceful.
All right. I'll see you there tomorrow.
For sure. And we can go do some fun stuff together.
I'd like that. I'd like that a lot. Mom, come on. Yeah. Do I need to explain to anybody the subtext of what you're seeing there?
Huh?
Not you, Kara. You're already gone.
Yeah. As I say, what subtext am I seeing at the edge of the carnival?
No. What you're seeing is a fairly empty carnival ground that is now having things constructed on it, mostly tents. You see a whole bunch of wagons that are basically circus wagons. Red seems to be the predominant color that they've gone with here. You see some multicolored flags and bunting that are being put up. This is still very much under construction.
Do I see the strong man?
No, because he's in town putting up posters.
Hen will sort of gather people together a little bit. Obviously not Kara, but everyone else.
All right.
I'm just going to say it. Kimmy was acting weird.
Yeah, Kimmy was acting a little weird. Can I roll like a society check to see if like she was like being coerced or something or what?
Okay, so there may have been some confusion since I was playing two roles. The one who was kind of being all shy and flirty with Elowen is Kitani, her mother.
Yeah, no, that's not who I was talking about.
That's not who you're talking about. Okay.
No, never mind. That was me. I was confused as to that entire interaction, but thanks for clarifying that. I was like, why is the child being flirty with Elowen?
No. That's we're not going there in this game.
Ever.
Yeah.
Ever. Not ever.
Yeah, I hope not.
Yeah, no. Henry is going to point out. Kimmy was the one that led the kids out, and therefore should be feeling the worst of the trauma. She's acting like none of that happened. She's acting like, admittedly, like a kid, but she shouldn't be so drawn to this stuff.
Okay. Ignore that roll, Serpent. That was just to help me decide how I was gonna react. But I got.
Okay.
I don't know. Okay. There were two options, and I was gonna do even or odds to determine which option, and I'm going with the even option, which is Baxter is gonna look and he's going to say, I have done some reading into trauma and stuff like that, and it isn't too uncommon for younger people to suppress their trauma. That entire ordeal was a very traumatic for all of the kids involved. And so, even though it does seem a little like weird that she is seeming so normal, as you say, it's not uncharacteristic. Think of it like this. She thought that all of her friends that she had were dead for a few days. That's pretty scary to think about. Now that they're back, instead of a lot of people will wallow on that fear of, oh my gosh, I nearly lost everyone. But other people just sort of like push it down, and that's not too healthy because eventually it is gonna boil over and, well, shit's gonna go down. What comes down always comes back up.
Well, what I'm saying is, we should
they
be
say at the
careful.
vomitorium.
God, I love the image of this goblin being like given child psychology information by a dog.
Baxter is such a like high society dog who clearly believes that he knows a little bit of something about everything, which I love. I'm there for that. I am 100% there for that.
That's kind of how I'm playing him. Like he's a skill junkie, so he's like, I know everything, and yet I'm a master of nothing. I know a little bit of everything.
Fair.
Where you're standing right now is on the main thoroughfare of town, near the cathedral to Yamade, which is the only cathedral in town. And you do see like all the townsfolk sort of trickle in here, notice the posters. There's a lot of posters everywhere. The one you tore down doesn't really, or the one Kara tore down rather, doesn't really change how much it's on there. The posters are on the sides of shops and all sorts of things, not on the side of the cathedral because that would be disrespectful, but on the buildings near the cathedral, definitely. And so as you watch, you see everybody out there. You see Payday Tatum, his big hulking form, probably going on some leg-breaking assignment from his boss. Look at the poster and sort of snort and shake his head and then just sort of stump off. Later on, you see Tholdrin Creed, gavel of the town, boss of the local lumber consortium. Pulling his son along by his arm. Says, expect you to look nice and sharp for the carnival, son. He says, Dad, I was thinking that maybe I hold off for a few days, maybe go on the third day or something like that. Son, I am Gavel of Falcon's Hollow. This carnival's going to bring in people from Ulfton and all over the Vale. We're gonna be there. Do I make myself clear? Yes, sir. Right, and I don't want you sneaking off with your little friends either. You're gonna be a proper, respectable boy. You're better than them. Don't ever forget you're better than them. Let's see. What else would you see here? Eventually, you would see the other two kids that you rescued, Holland Heberden and Savram Vade, walking together, looking at the poster, and just kind of not reacting. Savram is his normal sort of mopey self. Holland sort of has a dull look in his eyes. He looks at the poster, but doesn't seem very excited by it. You want to go to that, Holland? Yeah, I guess. I mean, we don't have to. No. May as well. Might have a few laughs. It says they have a Minotaur. Maybe Minotaur will gore somebody. Shouldn't have monsters this near the town. Ain't safe. Yeah, I guess so. And they kind of wander off. Savram waves at you. Holland doesn't seem to react. And when I say waves at you, I mean all of you. You all, after all, helped rescue the two of them.
And Hen's going to sort of like lean in and say, see, that's how they should all be acting. That's why Kimmy is weird.
One thing that I didn't put in your downtime, Hannah, and all of you, because you all would have been asked this, Egrin Galesong, the halfling that you rescued, doesn't really want to stick around the area anymore. He says that he's going to go to Almas and check in with the Pathfinder Lodge, maybe take a vacation, but that he's going to write up everything that he saw for the Pathfinder Chronicles, and he's going to ask you before he leaves town, would you mind if I wrote of our adventures and mentioned you in the Chronicles? As a Pathfinder, I'm expected to keep a record of all my adventures and everything I see for posterity and for future study.
I mean, I don't have a problem with it, but make sure that your friends know that the rest of the story will come from us.
Of course, if you want to submit anything to the Pathfinder Chronicles that you see, the Pathfinder Society is always open to information, even from people who are not officially members. And if any of you should ever want to be members, we do have a lodge in Olmus. Olmus is the capital of Endor in the country you're in.
I'll head there when I'm done here.
Of course. May the gods keep you safe, my friends.
May your path never end.
And that would have happened very early when you got back. Egrin does not want to stick around. His entire adventuring party died. Yeah. So what do you all choose to do? And Kara, that includes you because you're just sitting there watching like the carnival folk put up their fairground. You do see that when they talked about the maze of ice, it's not actually ice. It looks like they're putting up a giant mirror maze to the north of the fairground.
Couldn't even get a mage for that.
Little boy's just gonna whisper, "I don't like it. It's too cold."
Hen, meanwhile, is just like bracing.
T-shirt weather, yes. So, Kara, how long are you sticking around the fairground to watch, and are you doing anything while you're there?
She's just practicing her dragon stance. Watches.
Okay, it's a fairly open field. There's plenty of places to practice the dragon stance. When you first show up, the carnival folk look at you curiously, but pretty soon they turn back to their jobs. After all, they've been a lot of places and seen a lot of things. You're not all that unusual as far as they can tell.
I mean, it's a peaceful area. It's by a lake. Perfect spot for a monk to be practicing the martial arts.
There's and you do see there's like a lake, big lake in the middle that they're sort of building the fairground around. And that includes, you see some of the stronger ones sort of haul out paddle boats. And meanwhile, back in Falcon's Hollow, what are the rest of you doing?
The nesting. I believe we established this.
Yes, I do believe we established the little paws nesting. How about the rest of you?
Hen is going to go to Elowin. Can you teach me how to write?
Teach you how to write?
Yeah.
I
I
forgot.
can read and I know numbers, but I don't know how to write.
Sure. Let's go sit down and do it now. This is A, and you start with a triangle.
Now, Hen, that's kind of a big deal. Do you know what the general goblin attitude towards writing is?
I forget. I probably read it at some point.
Yeah, in the world of Golarion, goblins, and of course, goblins are a very diverse group, and you certainly do not have to fit the stereotype. But stereotypically, goblins don't like to write anything down because there is a cultural superstition that if you write something down, that information actually leaves your brain, and you no longer have it. Some goblins get so fanatical that they'll actually destroy writing when they see it.
Amazing.
Wow.
Hen is different to that purely because she was raised in a position where she had to read things, which means that other people were writing and they didn't seem to forget anything.
Sure.
Quartermaster.
Like, makes perfect sense.
Yeah. So she she knows that writing doesn't do that. It's just that she never actually needed to learn.
Sure.
But now she wants to
I
write
just
the
know that
story she needs to.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense that you wouldn't know how to write because no other goblin would have taught it to you.
Yeet. So yeah, that is going to be an ongoing thing that will pop up now and then. But yeah, that's how we spend the rest of the evening, I think, more or less, unless people have other plans.
Not me.
Baxter,
Yeah.
how are you spending the rest of the evening?
Baxter's kind of just gonna just chill at the tavern. He's gonna get a nice and proper meal, and afterwards he's gonna just go around town, try to do a little like look for any of like the circus, like around town maybe because most likely they're like walking around handing out flyers, and just sort of like
Pretty
trying to
much,
get a
yes.
vibe, kind of like getting like asking around and getting like a vibe for the circus, not really like as an investigation per se, but more of just like, oh, like what have you seen any talking animals? Like, are there like basically trying to figure because like Baxter doesn't really know how the hell he's a sentient dog now, so
So as you're asking around, some of them have seen carnivals before, and one of the things about this is not the modern idea of a circus. This is not going to be a big top production with acrobats and and clowns and all that. This is a Renaissance style traveling carnival, which means it is mostly about showing people things that they couldn't otherwise see.
yeah, I assumed
Hence,
that. That's what I was
hence the
assuming.
menagerie of freaks.
Yeah, which is why
Um,
Baxter's like asking around, like,
yeah.
"Hey, I'm technically a menagerie of a freak." And asking like the other circus workers or stuff who are like handing out flyers and stuff, like, do you have any like talking animals like me? Stuff like
So
that.
you'll go up to someone that you hadn't seen before in the main square, but who is also around, and this is a very gaunt man with stitches all over his body. He looks very grotesque. And he turns to you and he grins, and the stitches at the corners of his mouth kind of stretch a little as he does that. And he says, "Ah, well, I don't know about talking dogs, but we do have a dog-faced girl."
Interesting. Baxter kind of like
Yes, indeed.
strokes his like fur on his chin.
Perhaps a cousin of yours, my good canine friend.
Baxter, seeing his ego getting stroked a little bit, he would chuckle and say, "Thank you so much. Now, I know that your circus is obviously really well done. I've seen the posters. They look fantastic. But perhaps
Wonders
in the
abound.
yeah. But perhaps in the future, should you ever need a very dapper talking dog, feel free to ask
My
around for
friend,
Baxter Bones.
you don't really understand the carnival life. You might. You could run away with us, see far off lands. But it is a hard life, a traveler's life. The carnival is a family, and carnival folk are different to any folk you will see in any land, anywhere. We are brothers and sisters and cousins and uncles and aunts and sometimes other things. But it is a calling. A calling. You see, I could have been a lawyer, but I prefer to be stitched up. I find that it holds me together.
Baxter would chuckle at the guy's joke. as he says, "That's a good one."
Oh, I leave them in stitches. But you must come. You must come and you must see all the things that there is to see.
Of course, I am guaranteed to be there. Now,
Marvelous, marvelous. I'll look
what
out for
time is?
you, my
Yeah, what
friendly
time?
dog.
What time? What time of the day is your event, so I can guarantee that I'm there?
Oh, I will be in the menagerie all day and putting on shows of me adding more of my beautiful stitches on the half hours.
I don't like him.
Baxter would
He
keep that
is.
time. Baxter would keep that time in note as he gives us a small curtsy, saying that it's starting to get a little late, as he says.
Of course.
And like,
You must sleep well and come see us in the day when the sun is high. It's much nicer to see when the sun is out.
I completely agree, good sir. You have a wonderful evening.
And you have a wonderful evening too.
And
And
then
he
Baxter would make his way to.
and he
So are
walks
we
out.
at the? Yeah.
He
Oh, sorry.
walks off.
Sorry,
Do you know how the Scarecrow walks in the original Wizard of Oz movie? How he sort of has that sort of
Yes.
shambling
Yes.
gait? He sort of walks off like that.
Okay.
This guy walking off like Voldo.
No. Baxter would then. So is the party at the Barrett or the our base, or are we at a hotel or a tavern at the moment?
Currently, you are in Falcon's Hollow, in whatever accommodations you had. Little Paw has a little nest that she's found for herself. Kara and Kara actually has a room at an inn. I think most of the rest of you are in the common room. Like you chose a subsistence
Yeah.
lifestyle, right? So the rest of you are in a common room at the inn. But this is all in the. Hang on, let me pull that up so I can get the name right. I do try
Yeah,
to hew to canon when I can.
Yep. Baxter got some good information and from that little interaction that he wants to share with the group.
You are all at the. Where is it? I know I have it here. Yeah, the Jackanapes is the local inn, and most of you are in the
Okay.
common room. Kara has a room.
Yep. I will make my way to the Jackanapes and
Kara, do I assume that as the sun goes down, you make your way back to Falcon's Hollow?
Mhm.
Yes. Okay. It's now round 7. All right. So, yeah, Hen and Elowen are there teaching Hen how to write. Little Paw is nesting in Elowen's hair. Kara eventually comes back, and Baxter, you eventually find your way back there as well.
all right. Once Baxter gets in there, he would walk up to the group and says, "Can I speak with all of you for a minute? And Kara, could we use your room for privacy?"
Sure, but I'm not leaving my room.
Oh no, I need to talk to the group. I have
And take off your
I've
shoes.
got something.
Not coming in here with those
Okay.
dirty things.
Meanwhile, Hen
Baxter
just
would
walked
take-
right in.
Baxter would take off his custom designed Nike Jordan. He would take off his shoes as he walks in, and once everyone's in, he would kind of like he would then say to the group, "So I had this lovely conversation with this stitchered man from the carnival, and I talked to him, and he talked about how the carnival life is one of adventure, stuff like that. That's not really the important part. The important part is he asked me if I would. He asked me if I would, quote, run away with them. So, I know that you made some suggestions that on the off chance the carnival was evil or something bad or sinister is going down, I decided to act on that. I now have an in to the carnival. As you can see, me and Little Paw were not normal. No offense. So, I decided to use that abnormality to try to possibly get myself into the carnival as, say, an act or something.
Dexter,
Not necessarily that I take the offer, but who knows? Perhaps this lead could lead to a rope and capture the true story.
Dexter, do you now understand why they're called carnivals? They're full of con artists.
Little Paul will peek a little head out of the of everyone's hair and go, "No, they're called carnivals because they're full of carnivores. Duh."
Oh my.
Duh.
Yes, Little Paul, everyone in there wants
You're
to eat
both
you.
wrong.
The the person who really loves the English language in me is just kind of vibrating right now.
What?
I want to talk about etymology so bad. I can't. I'm a GM. Anyway, please continue.
Baxter would actually, when you say carnivals are mean, the reason they're called carnivals is because they're full of con artists, would say, actually, the word carnival comes from the term carne levare, also meaning to remove meat or farewell to meat.
Ah, so they're going to
It's-
strip
it-
you of the meat from your bones. So yes, they're going to harm you.
Yes.
No, the term kind of refers to like the idea of like shedding the normal, like the meat of yourself to be normal and removing it and creating something unique out of it.
Yes, like a stew.
That's actually a good analogy. But that's besides the point. The point is,
I'm not a stew.
No, there's not enough meat on you. You're a soup now.
actually, hypothetically, should we turn Little Pot into a dinner, we could use the bones to make a really good broth. We could take the little bit of meat that she has.
How are you
Baxter-
reacting to this?
She buries deeper into the hair. Oh,
Well, Baxter is chuckling like really hard as he's talking, like not even taking himself seriously about cooking Little Paw.
Carnival is unfortunately one of those words that really makes no sense in a fantasy setting.
No, it really doesn't. The fact
No,
that
no,
the
it
term
specifically comes from Earth culture.
I know.
Like,
That's what
Because if there's no Lent in your fantasy setting, then there's no reason for the word carnival to exist.
Yeah, I know, which is why I went with the Latin term of farewell to meat or remove meat, and I tried to bullshit an answer into what a realistic way
I
that
liked
they
it.
could be called that.
I liked it. That was fun.
I'm an English major sometimes.
Oh, nice.
Depends on the day. I've jumped majors.
What do
like
you
4
mean
times.
sometimes? Oh.
Well, isn't that what English majors are for? Is to like use it to fill in a gap until you decide what you actually want to do?
No, English
Yeah.
majors are for serving chips.
That hurts. Okay.
You mean fries?
Both.
anyways, back to the game. Baxter would finish off his little thing by saying, "So, I just wanted to let you all know that should a rumor or something come up about the carnival doing some shady shit, I mean business, sorry, forgive the profanity, then, yeah, I could possibly infiltrate the carnival."
Well, I think Little Paw would be the best for infiltration. But if you're meaning to be not covert, then yes, you'll. Speaking
Little
of
Paw would be good for covert infiltrations, but
Little
due to
Paw,
her
I bought
smaller
this for you.
size, due to her smaller size, her brain isn't as big as mine. So therefore, it cannot hold the same amount of intellectual, rational thinking that I could.
Did you just say you're smarter than Little Paw just because she's smaller than you?
I mean, scientifically, that does make the most sense.
If we go
Calm
into a
down there, Mr.
tangent,
Wormwood.
if we go on a tangent into ideal canine skull shape, I'm gonna die.
Little
I
Paw,
just want to tell you that now. I will die.
do not shrink this until it's needed, okay?
What are you giving Little Paw?
A potion that I bought. It's a common item.
What the actual fuck?
It's a common item. 15 gold. Well spent.
What the actual fuck? Giving Little Paw a shrinking potion.
Yes.
Uh,
Sorry, Little Paw. I just saw your message. No, not yet.
okay.
Maybe as you learn more about them.
Oh wait, no, I can. Hang on.
I mean, there is
But-
one way you could do it willingly, but it,
Yeah.
harmful.
Yeah. Also, I can't take your trade off a hand. I don't know how.
Oh, well, I haven't actually put it through there. You have to click the check up top.
Oh, okay.
So what happens
Anyway,
when a tiny creature shrinks?
They become, I think, is it minuscule? There is a
Let me look up the
size
rules
category
for this.
below tiny.
This is the standard potion.
all right. So, okay, unarmed attack. Little
No,
Paw.
I'm sorry. You need to look at the exact text. This spell has no effect on a tiny creature.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well, I'm medium, so.
No, you're tiny.
No, you're right. I'm tiny.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Little Paw is already as small as that magic can shrink them.
Little Paw drinks and just disappears. Anyway, yeah. So, Baxter Bones. How far away is Baxter from Little Paw?
I mean, you're all in a single room at the inn together, so
Cool.
say like 10 feet, maybe less, probably. Yeah, probably.
Huh? What?
It was blocked again.
What the hell was that sound?
It was blocked again, dear.
My rolls are fucked. It was a 1d20. I'll try again. Why are you not working?
I think I know why. So if you go to like very bottom of your screen, there should be like a globe, hidden man, eye, and like a person. Click the first one, public roll, and that should fix it.
Ah, okay.
What are you attacking?
Baxter.
Why?
What?
So, Baxter, after saying that they are smarter than Little Paw pops her head out, looks directly at Baxter, and then a dog's paw appears out of like her side and just swipes across the top of Baxter.
What?
I want to emphasize this. A dog's paw comes out of Little Paw
Mhm.
and swipes at Baxter.
Correct.
That's not a very little paw.
And misses Baxter, but only barely. Baxter, you are almost certainly startled and possibly a little freaked out by this.
Yeah, it's a dog.
Baxter
It's a dog's paw, and it's not just a dog's paw. It's Baxter's paw.
What?
Baxter would like just barely like dodge the swipe, and then all of a sudden he realizes what the heck is going on, and he sees his own. He sees the paw. He looks down at his own paw. He looks back up at that paw, back down at his, and then back up, and
Both-
it's like
Both your paws are still there.
"Oh, paw."
Furthermore, like there was no sleeve of your coat attached. It was just the paw and like a little bit of the forearm.
Mhm.
And then it vanishes back into Little Paw.
Yep, and it was never there.
Yeah, no, Baxter would say, would literally just look up and says, "Bloody hell! What in God's green earth did you get my own hand? And why is it coming out of your body?
Little
What
Paw's
is
gonna-
going on?"
Little Paw just tilts her head and goes, "Huh? Are you okay?"
What's everybody else reacting to this?
Can anyone else see this, or am I the only one who's
Yes.
able to see this?
Everyone sees this. It is actually a physical paw that comes out of Little Paw.
Yep. It is Baxter's paw that came out of Little Paw's side and just swiped at you.
Ghostly
That is
or
not an illusion.
And
It's not an
Little Paw's now
illusion. That
trying to
actually happened.
Yep.
And Little Paw's now trying to gaslight Baxter.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she might be trying to gaslight Baxter a little bit, but like it's not an illusion. It actually
Yeah,
happened.
I know.
It was a
but
physical thing.
Is the party gonna join in the gaslighting? Is the question.
What I will say, actually, anybody who wants to roll me a perception check.
Oh heck yeah! I'm rolling a perception check. Baxter's like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Baxter, you are way too startled. Even Kara, I think it happened too quickly for you to notice what I'm talking about. So no,
Where's Hen?
like,
I don't see a roll
Hen,
from
do you
Hen.
want to try?
Yeah, sure. One sec.
Yeah. You all see exactly what Little Paw just described.
Hen's gonna sort of like open and close her mouth a few times and then just go, "Yeah." I've never seen a talking ferret before, so I don't know if ferrets can do that.
You don't know if ferrets can create my hand out of their body.
How do we know it was yours?
I mean, your hands are right there.
Baxter would literally walk up to Little Paw, grab the hand with
It's
his
gone.
hand.
No, it's gone.
It's gone.
It is there for the split second that it takes to swipe at you, and then it vanishes back into Little Paw. That's what the perception check was for, to see if anybody managed to notice it in like the split second it was actually out.
Did anyone else see the bloody paw?
What paw? I'm Little Paw.
I didn't see a bloody paw.
Baxter's gonna take a really deep breath, tighten his tie a little bit, hold his cuff, like just like straighten out his cuffs and his coat, and say, "Good night," and walk out.
Where is Little Paul right now?
Inside
In Elowen's hair.
Howard's gonna start sweeping up the goblin dirt off her clean floor.
Goblin dirt.
Goblin dirt.
Baxter, as you head downstairs, you see Jack Crimmy, who's a male human who runs this inn, and he's handing out dishes of what looks like a nice thick stew to his patrons. Like, oh, you're just in time for dinner.
Baxter is going to look at him, shake his head a little bit, recollect himself as the elegant man that he is, and say, "Is this supper already, sir?"
Getting late. You and anybody who's staying here at the inn, and you know what? You all did such great things for the town. Even that little ferret one who isn't staying at the inn right now. All y'all are welcome.
I'm never gonna say no to dinner on the house.
Not on the house. It's in the room. I'm just joshing with you. Go on, sit down.
Baxter would take a seat and take the pork or the stew, as he says. So, what kind of meat is in the stew?
And who's Josh?
What about Josh?
He said Josh is with us. Who's Josh?
Oh, great. You're driving off the players now.
Always true to Casa.
Well, let's see. What's meat? Well, I got some nice beef chunks from Colburn Jabs the butcher. I can't guarantee what part of the cow they're from, but they're definitely beef.
That sounds delectable.
Now I got some carrots, and I got some mushrooms, and I got some potatoes.
Ooh. Yeah, I'll take a side of chips as well.
All right, we can get some chips in there.
Thank you so much for making an amazing meal for me.
Of course.
You have chips or crisps? I've heard there's a difference.
I just kind of chop up the potatoes into home fries. Yeah, throw them on a skillet. Want anything fancy, you're gonna have to go somewhere else. Sorry,
Oh,
You made
I
a
spend
home
all my
in the fries?
I spend it's an expression. It's here. I'll show you. And he goes back and he comes back a little bit later with like a little bowl of home fries, which are like cube potatoes, fried up.
yeah. Baxter's gonna take one and eat it. And then he'll proceed to eat his stew. However, when he eats the stew, because no one's actually seen Baxter eat in game yet, or if you have, I haven't role played it. What you see is Baxter taking the spoon. Mind you, he has an elongated snout because he's a dog. He takes the spoon, scoops the drink, and then scoops it up with his tongue like he would with any other food. And then just repeats the process.
You're like a basset hound, right?
I am a basset hound, yeah.
Do you pin your ears back?
No, he's not actually, fun fact, as someone who owns a basset hound, once basset hounds reach adult age, they do not bite their ears their body grows into their ears. So their ears would not get in their face during eating.
Oh, they don't droop down to the food?
Nope, that's only when they're puppies. Because fun fact about basset hounds, their ears don't grow their entire age. Their ears are the same length from when they're born.
Oh.
So they're born with really long floppy ears. They'll grow a little bit as they start out as an infant puppy.
Yeah, I'm assuming that when they're newborn, their ears aren't that big. They're going to be
no,
adult.
but once they reach
those
one
things
or
are
two,
enormous.
their ears are going to stop growing, and then they grow. Their ears grow rapidly, and then their body grows into their ears. So when you get a puppy
Okay.
basset hound, they'll constantly, when like they're drinking water or eating food, bite their own ear.
You learn new things every day. I've never owned a basset hound myself. I just have seen that portrayed places that you have to pin the ears back. Anyways, yes, it's interesting watching an awakened dog try to eat with utensils.
But Baxter's an elegant animal, so he wouldn't not eat with utensils.
Just,
it'd be uncouth.
I'm imagining the scene from Beauty and the Beast.
Oh my god. No, that's what it was like when Baxter first awakened.
That's just how hen eats anyway.
Picks up the spoon and then just kind of pours it into her mouth from the spoon.
Whereas Kara does not use utensils. She just
On stew?
On
Yeah.
on stew?
cups up her
Yes.
hand and drinks it.
It uses the monk ability to like just grab particles of stew.
Baxter's gonna see Kara
Yeah.
do this, and he is going to be absolutely disgusted. Like baffled even, as like in his head he's thinking like, Chums, like those hunts have killed people. I don't know if the cats don't like water, so I'm assuming cats do not wash their hands. Therefore, that's blood and flesh bits in your food.
I'm sorry, I clean myself every day. And she licks her arm.
No, Baxter isn't saying this out loud. Baxter is
Oh.
all like saying this in his head as he's like trying to rationalize, because like
Or grooming herself like an actual cat. Oh god.
yeah, like he knows that cats will groom themselves, but like he doesn't, like, to him as a dog it seems unsanitary. Oh yes, I'm gonna lick my saliva over my body.
To be fair, if Baxter had said it out loud, Hen would have pointed out that the stew already has blood and meat parts in it in the actual food.
Yeah, well, Hen, you're a goblin. I don't think cannibalism is a low blow for your people.
I know it 100% isn't, considering that she's said several times that she will eat someone that you've killed.
Actually, now that I think of it, would it be cannibalism if Kara was to start eating a person?
See, now we are
Technically,
in
no.
the eternal philosophical debate that always eventually infests any setting where there's multiple species on what exactly cannibalism is.
Look,
My general feeling is that if you're eating a sentient creature, or a sapient creature rather, if you're eating a sapient creature, it's cannibalism.
Okay, but what about a steak of Minotaur meat?
That would count as cannibalism to me.
Yeah.
Now, there is quite a lot of philosophical discussion to be had around this, and many nerds have had it.
Has Kara noticed that
you know, Shadow, you know how the Roleplay Guild debates cannibalism every so often.
No. Yeah, and it's always Melnor who is like, shut this down.
Yeah, well, he's the High Inquisitor.
Yeah.
Does Kara notice Baxter being revolted?
Probably. Baxter's face visually is revolted at the sight of you scooping food into your hands and eating it.
Would you say that Baxter gives Kara a hangdog expression?
Oh god.
Sorry.
Chat. Remove his mod privileges.
/G quit.
What, Baxter?
But yeah, no,
the sweat adds to the flavor. It's got extra salt.
After that comment, Baxter would pick up his food and move to a different table.
Jack, who has seen, ruffians eat a lot worse than that, just kind of gives a full like belly laugh. You're all very entertaining. Now I want to remind you that on Wheel Day I make my world famous cinnamon pancakes for breakfast. So make sure you stop by for that.
Have you ever thought
Every
about
Wheel
putting
Day.
the soup into a bread made like a bowl?
What, some kind of bread bowl?
Yeah.
What would you do with the inside of the bread?
Try it.
Eat it.
Bread bowl. Wouldn't the bread get all soggy though?
That's the best part.
We're out here inventing Olive Garden.
Well, what if instead we made sticks of bread and we gave you all the sticks of bread you wanted? like unlimited sticks of bread.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Like sticks of bread with no limits.
You have no idea
That's what
Yeah.
should go on the.
Not
That's what
one.
should go on the poster.
how hard it is as a monk to keep your carbs up.
I mean, if you're handing out free food, then that's like
Well, no,
giving out
with a
olive-
meal.
Yeah, with a
Yeah,
meal.
you have to.
But if
You have to pay for
if you're
something.
if you're handing out unlimited breadsticks, that's like handing an olive branch to a person for like, you're coming to eat dinner with us. Here, have as much as you like. That's like
You know
extending an
what?
olive branch to your
Well, yeah,
enemy. We
because
should call it-
We
I
could-
feel like when you're here, you're family.
We could
know?
call our restaurant the Olive Branch. Just
no,
saying.
not the olive branch.
Well,
because we gotta
bread
have
bowls,
soups and
I never.
salads, so it should be the Olive Garden, and then Baxter will continue to eat his food.
well, I tell you, what's really changed bread cooking for me was these newfangled pans they have out. I tell you, we are in a pan era for bread.
Okay.
Slash G quit. I'm out. We got to end the bit here.
Yeah.
It's victory for Serpent.
I'm
Yeah.
so
You know what, Serpent? Hello, audience watching in on the video or on the TikTok.
What will almost certainly be a highlight put on YouTube.
Yeah.
Did you mark it?
Hello to anyone watching this right now. If you're looking to join the campaign, I'm leaving.
If you can do a good Jonathan Ross impression, you too can play Baxter Bones.
We just steal your character.
I'm so disappointed in you.
What?
That joke was so bad.
It was bad, and you should feel bad.
Well, I don't.
Stop the
God.
world. I want to get off.
That's a good musical.
All right. Okay. So
Anyways, let's get back to roleplay before we derail any longer.
Right. Are you doing anything else between dinner and going to bed?
Baxter is going after the fuckery that was Little Paw. Baxter is going to go take a relaxing bath.
Well, relaxing bath in the common room, like there is a freestanding tub, but like you have to wait. It's just like curtained off, and you have to wait your turn for it.
Henrietta's over with some parchment and just going, A is for Arquebus. B is for battering ram.
Are you learning the AB Siege?
Precisely.
Amazing.
I swear to God, I'm leaving.
Are there any candles around? Like for sale here?
Not
No.
for sale
You're
in
not looking
here.
for 4
This is an
candles.
inn.
You're not allowed to go looking for 4 candles.
No, I just need
There are
one
4
black one.
lights.
I thought we were still on a bit. You're actually
No.
looking for actual supplies.
Yes.
You're not going to find supply. It's certainly not a black candle for sale here. There is, in the morning when the shop's open, you can probably find a black candle.
I'm just going to take one from the table. That's a normal candle.
Okay, there are candles on the table, although mostly the light is coming from lamps.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the actual table here.
Oh, this is just a landing page.
Just going to do a check again, see if she's being watched.
Okay, roll me a seek check.
Otherwise I'm looking for a seat.
Okay, perception. Oh, that's a pretty good perception check. You do not think you are being watched.
She's going to pray to Bastet tonight.
Praying to Bastet gives you no comfort tonight. Probably because you're so troubled with everything that's been going on. That's probably all it is. It's probably not because Bastet's rejected you. Probably.
Ah,
Yeah, that's definitely not what's happening here.
Yeah, it's probably not.
Oh,
That would just be.
can I just say that in the background while I was rebuilding parts of the ruin, I
Mhm.
have been dedicating the rooms to the original dwarven god there, not the one that is constant toil, but the other one.
Torag.
Torag. I forget.
I don't
which
know
one.
if you I don't know if you remember because this goes all the way back to our first adventure with his party, but there is a broken shrine to Torag in the upper floor of the ruins. There is an anvil-shaped shrine with a symbolic hammer on it that was originally dedicated to Torag, and I believe you all successfully sort of reconsecrated it.
Yeah, for the most part, yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't a full consecration. You now have a party member who could do a full consecration, but like because it had already been consecrated in the past, you kind of reignited it.
Yeah, and just been going and dedicating the rooms to Torag since then.
Yeah. All right. Make me a religion check. See how well you do with that.
you're not sticking to your original plan of making one for each of our deities?
Well, that's afterwards, but the entire place needs to be consecrated first.
Yeah, shrines are definitely a thing that can be built in your base, but of course, anything you build in the base takes time and gold.
Because I'm not a dwarf and therefore don't technically see the dwarven gods as gods, can I roll occultism instead?
No, it would still. Well, what I'm wanting is it's still religion to see if you consecrate it properly as you're supposed to, or if you're kind of just winging it, in your own goblin-y fashion.
Okay.
Does a consecrated ground do anything to me?
100%
No.
winging it, apparently.
Yeah, you have no clue. You kind of mix in some goblin superstitions and all sorts of other stuff there. You do not know how to consecrate anything to Torag, but you can definitely bullshit.
No, see, I'm actually accidentally consecrating it to the lesser known goblin deity of Torag.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, you don't detect any change when you do this, but then you probably wouldn't.
No, not at all.
Yeah, not being a divine caster in any way or linked to a god. There's one point where Dinky and Pinky join in with you, and the whole thing is very raucous and very fun, but also probably blasphemous.
On several levels, I'm sure.
Yeah. Natural one on the religion. Yeah, you believe all sorts of things. You believe you have done it perfectly accurately.
Accidentally
There's no
to
way that I've
Hawkshrine.
insulted a god of toil. There's no way.
Accidentally to Hawkshrine.
Torag's not toil, that's Droskar. Torag is
Yeah.
the god of fine crafting.
I definitely haven't angered either of them at all.
Certainly not. Certainly not. You are absolutely convinced that you used 100% the proper rites because you had heard them somewhere once, and you clearly have perfect memory.
Yeah, because I didn't write it down.
It's still in your head, right?
Still there.
uh, you've seen Life of Brian, right?
Canny a few years ago.
Yeah, the scene where all the different all the different prophets and messiah figures are outside the building and just kind of coming up with their own, mystical and the loaves and the fruit bats and
Oh god. Okay.
that's pretty much what you're doing right now.
Hmm.
Anyways, yes, you are very certain that you've consecrated everything to Torag, and those scratches on the anvil will certainly buff out.
No, the scratches are part of the design. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah.
symbol, right?
Yeah. Little stick figure goblin with a hammer scratched into it.
No. That's Thorag. You're
Anyways, anybody else doing anything before you go to bed at night?
If you check the DMs, maybe.
Oh. Yeah, anytime you would use an unarmed strike.
Can it be used
Yeah, I believe, let me check the text of the thing again real quick, but I believe it's only an unarmed strike. Although if you're creative, you can use unarmed strikes for all kinds of things. Yes, it is an unarmed attack.
Okay.
So feel free to be creative with how you use an unarmed attack, but it is only an unarmed attack.
Okay. Baxter's going for that bath, right?
Yes, Baxter did say they were going for a bath.
Stealth check.
No.
Roll me
no!
your stealth. Roll your stealth. This will be against the DC of Baxter's perception, which is, to be fair, fairly good.
What did
Baxter
Baxter
feels a
do to you?
disturbance in the force.
22, and your perception is a +9. So, yes, you are entirely undetected by Baxter Bones.
Did it. Did it.
I'm gonna kill myself.
And what comes out this time? What are you doing, first of all?
Little Paw is stealthed and is going to go and sneak up to the bath that Baxter is in. Get into a nice distance where she can see the water, and I'm gonna unarmed attack the water.
Okay.
With Baxter's paw again. Doggy paddle.
No, I'm not going to let you use the same thing twice.
Okay. Well, in that case,
You can't really control what it is. It is
okay.
It is just something random.
T.R.A.S.H paw?
No.
It's just Henrietta's foot hoofing it through the air.
I was about to say that. Henrietta's foot appears and kicks the water repeatedly.
Yeah, you're not Baxter, you don't really know what Henrietta's foot looks like, but it's definitely a green goblin-y foot.
Wait, wouldn't an arm technically have to have a target? So wouldn't I be the target? So
No, the target would be the water. You can attack an object.
Oh.
No.
So, Baxter, suddenly you are splashed by a green foot. Now, that does mean that Little Paw is now detected. But you do get a horrible start as, a green goblin foot suddenly kicks the water.
Baxter is going to immediately, because I'm imagining Baxter just laying back in the tub with his eyes closed, relaxing in the hot water. All of a sudden, the splash happens, and right before the foot vanishes, he just sees it, and without he immediately pinpoints where where Little Paw is as he smells her, and just turns his head to her and pulls out his gun out of the water.
Wait. Your gun was in the water?
I'm joking.
Your black powder gun was in the water. That thing ain't firing.
No, I'm joking. He pulls it out from the side.
So I'm gonna say because you were so completely startled that you like go down and start scrambling in your clothes for your gun
Yeah.
as your fur's dripping everywhere. And little Paul, what do you do at this point?
She's gonna skitter away.
Okay.
Zoom.
Baxter, do you want to push
Uh,
the point and go to initiative, or do you, or are you willing to let that be narrative?
We can make it narrative. He's not going to actually shoot Little Paw, but he is going to fire a fucking warning shot as close as possible to her.
I mean,
So-
you have to load your gun first.
Oh, I always leave my gun loaded when just with
Really?
a bullet.
I'm putting that down in my GM notes. That might come in handy later. Okay.
Yeah, Baxter. No, Baxter's has dealt with a lot of fighting and stuff recently. He's gotten into the
True.
habit of just having
So,
his gun.
To be clear, you are firing your gun inside the inn, like in the curtained off area of the common room where you're taking a bath.
Actually, no, that's a bad idea.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Instead, he's going to do the exact same thing with the dagger he has.
Okay. Go ahead and roll me a ranged
Ranged
attack with the dagger. Yeah.
Yep, I just gotta go to my inventory.
Fun things might happen on a 1.
Oh, I hit Little Paw.
I'm not gonna roll a 1.
5% chance. Always a flat 5% chance.
I mean, I thought I wasn't going to roll a 20 on that survival check, but apparently.
That was brilliant. Ah. I had like a whole thing prepped if you died.
I clutched victory from the jaws of defeat.
Which is, just as well because I like only had today to come up with that branching path. I've been prepping the carnival for a long time.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot that I needed to have a final decision on the wolf thing.
No, you don't apologize. Like I am fully acceptable. That's actually really good. You do manage to throw and it lands in the wood right next to Little Paw as Little Paw kind of jumps and skitters away.
I have learned something disturbing about catfolk.
Have you?
Do they say uwu?
No, Little Paw's right. Carl would freak. I have to take a feat in order to groom myself, which means she doesn't bathe.
That you could you have to take a feat in order to groom yourself with your tongue. You can still take a bath.
No, because that also says looking this up or using traditional catfolk hygiene products, meaning catfolk don't bathe unless they take this feat.
I will point out, by now, Kara would have bathed.
By now, she must have figured it out. Water. Go in the water.
No, but
No.
I
She
think
doesn't need to figure it
it was
out.
implying that it would
Henrietta
be
would have
forced
done it.
upon her.
Yeah.
You're gonna force me to look up the catfolk feats.
It's a catfolk feat called well groomed. I have to take that feat if I want to be able to use hygiene products or bathe myself with my tongue.
If it stays with healing, thirsty circumstance, but saving throws against diseases. Succeed on a saving throw against a disease, you get a critical success instead. If you have a different ability that would improve the save this way, such as the battle hardened fighter line or critical failure. I don't see where it says that.
Well, it implies that you have to have this feat in order to lick yourself
It
or
does,
use catfolk hygiene products.
it absolutely does not imply that. It absolutely does not imply that. It absolutely implies that if you take that, you are particularly well groomed. In fact, it doesn't even say that you can't groom yourself with that. It says you are fastidious about keeping clean.
It's fastidious.
Fastidious means you pay particular attention to it.
Yeah, you
are very detailed.
detailed upon cleaning.
Okay, so then she's not really good about it then.
You are as well groomed as a standard adventurer.
Okay. Well, that
You are
That's not saying
Yeah, I
much.
So
mean-
not.
Okay. Okay, so think of it like this: you are less groomed than Baxter Bones.
But you are generally more groomed than Henrietta. Generally.
Yeah.
It's not saying much.
Just
I mean,
imagining
to be
Henrietta.
fair, Henrietta does bathe herself and take care of herself. It's just that during adventures, she doesn't really care that much and will just splash her face with water, and that's it.
Yes, one expects when you're on the road that things are going to get a little rough in the hygiene department. But while you're in town, like I'm assuming that all of you bathe, except maybe Little Paw, and
Yeah,
even
once a
Little
week,
Paw
maybe.
has ways to keep clean.
Yeah. But yeah, how does Little Paw react to getting a dagger thrown mere centimeters away from them?
She's already scurried away, so.
It does happen as you're scurrying away, like the dagger thuds right next to you.
Like she jumps and likes that little squeak, but it scurries away.
Baxter would then be hesitant for a second as he's just like thinking, like, do I trust that damn creature? Before closing his eyes, and actually, he's not gonna leave his silver dagger just chilling in the floor. He's gonna get out of the bath, grab the dagger, set it on top of his clothes, and get back in the bath.
As you lean back in the bath, close your eyes and think of how you will get your revenge through
Yep.
harmless yet hilarious and very marketable pranks.
Oh yeah. Just you wait. One day, Little Pot, you're gonna look like a Egyptian cat.
Oh no. All right. Anything else anybody's doing before bed?
No.
Well, I guess I'm bathing myself too.
Yeah, I'll be sure to take a
you
bath.
actually like you don't have a tub in your room normally, but a tub will be brought up for you
She's licking
if
herself.
you ask for it. Okay. That's what I was asking. Somehow that works. We're not going to question it. And Elowen, did you say something?
Oh, I just said that Ellen would also make sure to take a bath after that.
Common bath is available.
Bath.
Oh, you want us to all go to the common bath? Okay, it's gonna be that kind of episode.
Not you, Kara, because you paid for a comfortable lifestyle, so you get to have a bathtub brought up to your room.
I get the poor people bath. It's fine.
Yeah, everybody else gets the poor people bath, except for Little Paw, who is not a resident of this inn.
Ken just gets a bucket because it's quicker and easier.
Little Paw is going
I
to
mean-
enjoy the heated spa and the jacuzzi in the blind lady's house.
She definitely has neither of those.
And the heated spa and jacuzzi is just a cauldron on the fire.
Yeah, I've actually it's just a pot on the stove.
Poor lady.
Yeah, if you don't mind the cold, you can always dunk yourself in the river foam. It's right outside.
That poor blind lady. She's probably wondering why her stew keeps tasting so strange every day.
She's also wondering why her food keeps disappearing. She's pretty sure she has mice. But then so do most of the people on her block.
Oh god, is she gonna put traps out?
She might. We'll have to see what happens next downtime.
And then Little Paw's going to eat the cheese.
To be fair, a trap would not kill Little Paw. It'd hurt Little Paw's paws pretty bad, but it won't kill her. Anyways, so much for the shenanigans of Moon Day. Toil Day, the 30th of Erastus. The penultimate day of the month. Dawns with a clear blue sky and even colder weather. The weather now isn't going to get above 40. We're not quite yet at freezing, but it's not getting above 40. Everybody around the town is bundling up. They comment on the strangeness. It says there's some sort of, I don't know, frost giant fight going off on Droskar's Crag. Is something happening out there? And most of them assume that the cold air is coming down from Droskar's Crag and the mountains surrounding, because those are the mountains. So it's a cold morning on Toil Day. With basic fare for breakfast at the inn. Although Jack does say, remember to stop by for breakfast tomorrow, because that's when I make my famous cinnamon pancakes.
Ooh, delicious.
It's wonderful. Cinnamon isn't for everyone, but it's for most people. And it's bright and early, and those who can are already starting to filter down to the bridge to go to the carnival when it opens.
Kara's gonna get up an hour early before it opens to rush down there.
Baxter is gonna get up 2 hours early.
Do I hear three? Going once, three, going once, going twice.
I'll take it.
But no, realistically, Baxter would get up early to go to the carnival, not because he wants to be there early, but also because he wants to kind of run into to Stitcher's Man again before the carnival really starts up.
Rise
Is anybody
and
doing
shine, Mr. Freeman? Rise and shine.
Is anyone doing anything other than going to the carnival? No, everybody's going to the carnival. There you go.
Oh, we have a new map.
You do. You have a new map of the carnival, and these are the maps that will actually be handed out to you when you get there. Or not handed out to you, I'm sorry. This is not a zoo with brochures. But this map will be posted various places.
Why is there a peep show?
Well, I believe that the poster did mention that children were not allowed at the burlesque.
Where's this strength wheel?
That would be in the games and contests area. But for right now, all the ticket tents on the outside have rows of brightly colored flags strung across them, closing them off until the carnival's ready to open. Outside is a rather dapperly dressed gentleman in a big tall hat and a coat. He says, "Soon, folks, very, very soon. Carnival opens at 10. Carnival opens at 10. The finest things you'll ever see. Things that will chill your blood and inflame your heart."
Baxter looks at the man's giant hat and says to himself, "I need one of those."
When do we get to wrestle the strong man?
There'll be games and contests and strength. The strong man will be by the Titan's wheel. All that happens when we open in very short time. Just 1 hour from the time you arrived.
You know it's daylight savings, right? It's an hour already.
I have no idea what you're talking about because this is a rational world that doesn't have daylight savings. I'm not even sure we have time zones. We're probably still all on on local time. I don't think there's a standard. I don't think there's an overarching world governing body that standardizes the time yet.
Yeah, there is. The time is GMT, Galarian Mean Time.
I was thinking GMT, Game Master time. But yes, at 10 o'clock a.m., as it gets about 15 minutes, 10 minutes before 10, that's when more people start showing up. And at 10 a.m., the barker opens up the gates, says, "Step right up, get your tickets. Can't do anything at the carnival without a ticket. 1 copper per ticket."
Here's 1 gold so you don't let any children in.
No deal. Children are welcome here, except in the menagerie and the peep show.
5 gold?
No children there. That is for adults only. You know what I'm talking about, mister. Yes, you do.
How about 5
Might want to
gold?
leave the wife behind, too. What's that?
How about 5 gold?
Look, kid. Kids love the carnival. We're not going to turn away kids. What's wrong with you?
How about for the first 2 days?
We're not going to turn away kids. Now cut this out. Yes, step right up. Step right up. Look for the big tent in the tent of modern wonders. See the greatest inventions ever to be shown here on Galarian. Try
Actually,
your
gonna,
luck
like-
with the maze of ice. Get lost in the frosty depths. And we sure have the weather for it today, don't we, folks? Yes, we do. Take your sweetheart out on a paddle boat. Tour the lake. Or be frightened by the monstrous Gretzal. Our very own Minotaur. Fresh ale in the ale tent, candied apples, funnel cakes, and pie, and a pie eating contest for those of you who are willing to bust your gut, proving that you're the biggest piggy in Falcon's Hollow.
On one end, Baxter would perk his ears, knowing his Basset Hound lineage is telling him, "I can do that." On the other end, he knows it's going to be very uncouth for him to ingest that much food, so he's kind of having a dilemma of like, on one hand, I'm a dog, I could eat a ton of shit. On the other hand, he's gonna look so dumb, it's not gonna look professional, and he's gonna feel bad about
Yeah.
it.
I don't know if you've ever seen a pie eating contest, but it is not something of dignity.
As soon as
My mother's Serpent, my mother's from Georgia. I've seen pie eating contests.
Dear. Oh dear, yes you have.
as soon as Car hears a pie eating contest, she's gonna turn to Baxter and go, "Oh, did you hear that, Baxter? Something's perfect for you."
Baxter would then look and say, "Tell me, do you have like a dunking tank?"
Up to now, the posters that you've seen have only said the carnival. They've only called it the carnival. Once you get up to the ticket booth, you start seeing signage that says Quinn's Carnival. But not until then. You can decide how many tickets you want to buy up front. They'll tell you it's 1 ticket per attraction, 1 ticket per attraction, 1 ticket per game, 1 ticket per ride.
How much is each ticket?
1 copper, just 1 copper, cheap enough for anybody.
Okay, Baxter is going to. So, 1 sec. Is it 10 copper is 1 silver, or is it 100?
10 copper is 1 silver.
Okay. Okay, so.
Car is gonna hand him 20 silver.
Well, big spender here. That's right. That's going to be 200 tickets. 200 tickets. You're going to be able to entertain yourself all day, or you and a bevy of beauties. And they hand you like 200 little scraps of paper with Quinn's Carnival printed on each one.
Baxter is going to hand him 75 silver.
Jesus Christ. We're gonna buy up all the tickets.
He just like takes a roll of tickets and hands it to you.
I need to know for math purposes because Baxter has a plan, and the reason he needs all these tickets.
Well, that is 750 tickets.
750. Oh yeah, math. Okay, let me just put a note of that. In
You
my
folks
inventory
really
real
love a
quick.
carnival.
Baxter's gonna say, "Indeed, I do." One sec, that's add coins. I don't want to add 750 coins.
Come on in, see the stilt walkers, ride the carriage ride, see the menagerie of freaks, no children, no one who's faint of heart.
How many tickets would we have to buy out all the tickets he has?
Wait, is this some other attempt to buy out all the tickets so the kids can't get here? I told you, mister. Look, I've got the right to ban anyone I feel like banning. Don't push your luck. I'll take your silver and kick you into the river. Don't think I won't. Behave yourself.
Baxter now has 750 carnival tickets.
Dear.
And I need to lose 70 gold. Or 70 silver.
75 for 750.
Yes. Yep, 75 silver. Remove.
There are, of course, in Falcon's Hollow is a poor town, and even at the cost of 1 copper a ticket, there are some who can't afford it, and there is a small group of beggars, some adults, some children, begging for coppers so that they can afford to go to the carnival or to take their kids to the carnival or whatever.
Yep, that Serpent, I think you're catching on to what I was doing. Baxter is going to then walk into the carnival, and then subtly walk out of the carnival, because like it just opened, so there's like a large crowd, so it's not going to be very easy for people to see him.
Yeah, they're not keeping anybody from going in or out. It's pretty much, you have to go in or out through the tickets, because if you look at the map, they've got like a little wall that connects the ticket booths. But other than that, like there's no turnstiles or anything like that. The tickets are for the events.
Yeah, I know. Baxter's just like walking in to make it look like, and then he's gonna walk out, and then he's gonna walk over to like the group of beggars, and he is going to. So how many are there in total? Like how many beggars?
There's probably about 2 dozen.
2 dozen. Okay.
Yeah, there's actually no, probably more, about 3 or 4 dozen, because this includes old people who can't work anymore, they've fallen on hard times, children who just can't afford it, lumberjacks who have been maimed in accidents, people who have been crippled by disease or some other method. People are pretty much just ignoring them.
Okay, Baxter is going to. All right, I gotta do some calculating math. Okay, so you said there's 4 dozen, so we're just gonna say.
Yeah, we'll say 4 dozen.
48. Yeah, we'll say there's 48 people. Okay, so 48.
Yeah.
And then.
You can say 50 if it's easier for you to do the math.
Yes, that would be easier. Okay, so there's 50 people, and
at one point,
I need to divvy that 300 among 50. So 300 divided by 50.
At one point, you do notice it because this is the opening of the carnival. Thuldrin Creed is there with Durin, and as he walks by, he actually will take a few coppers and throw them specifically to the maimed lumberjacks. And only to the maimed lumberjacks. Somebody else comes up with his begging bowl, and Thuldrin Creed will actually put his boot against him and just kick him away. He said, "You get injured on the job, that I can yeah, my accent's really screwed up right now. Hang on. Get injured on the job, son. Well, consortium will take care of you. Always remember that. Take care of your people. But these other layabouts, they're just lazy. Go on, kick one. Kick one, Jurin. They need to know that they gotta work to survive. Jurin kind of hesitates and looks around and then makes a big show of kicking a beggar, but you can clearly see that he's trying to pull the hit. There you go, good boy. Now let's go try some of these rides.
Reed,
Maybe see some of the freaks. We're
Well,
gonna buy
so-
apples to throw at the freaks.
Reed,
What?
hasn't this town been through enough? Let's then have one day of rest before you terrorize them.
Terrorize them. I keep this town running.
Really? Who
Now.
saved your kids?
I was about to say, right now you're in my good books because you saved little Durin here. And I do appreciate that. I let you all shop at the high market now, don't I? I'm a generous man. You
Yes.
see that I take care of my lumberjacks. I'm a generous man. But I don't cotton to no parasites.
Everyone in this town suffered. Were you accusing them of doing stuff to your children? Let them relax for
That sounds like the kind of weakness that means that Ironwood won't get down to build the Andorran Navy. And what happens then? We get taken back over by Cheliax and everybody's out on the street. That's what your kind of softness leads to. Now, don't push it.
Kara is going to try to intimidate and glare of all the power of the Hawk.
Okay. Why don't you roll me an intimidation check?
While all this is going on, Henrietta is just going to walk into the carnival without even buying a ticket, just like, while people are distracted.
Again, nobody's stopping you from walking right into the carnival. The tickets are taken at the individual events.
Oh yeah,
Just making sure.
Baxter is going to hand out 6 tickets to all 50 of the people.
I am missing one of
Wonderful.
my intimidating glare thingies. I have intimidating prowess on here.
So let me.
Yeah,
let
I
me
know
just
that you took that.
remove-
Did that get removed somehow?
Intimidating prowess replaced intimidating glare for some.
Edits.
Oh, because intimidating prowess, you curse or demoralize, you gain a +1 circumstance bonus.
It should stack.
Yeah,
shouldn't it?
because, well, intimidating glare just gives you a modifier to the intimidation where you can now do it without the auditory trait and gain the visual trait if you like. You don't take any penalty if they don't understand your language. That's all intimidating glare does. Intimidating prowess gives you an actual bonus.
Okay.
So that's why it's replaced it. Right. Second.
Fading hero pointing that. I'll save the hero point for the carnival.
It's not there, although it should be. Hang on, I've actually got stats for Thuldrin Creed.
You do.
I do. They thought he was important enough to stat out, even though he's not, like, directly a villain here. Because they know that plenty of people hate him and will want him to be harmed.
Yeah, not gonna lie, like the ferret is angry and contemplating.
Like, I mean, Thuldrin Creed's a monster. Now, as I believe at least one townsperson has mentioned, he's better than his predecessor. Because he's not cruel to the point of, work being stopped. But yeah, he's not a nice guy. There he is. Okay, what did you roll there? You rolled a 21.
It sounds like a good roll, but now I'm wondering if it's not, and I should hero point.
save. This is against his will save. He will actually get startled and grab Jurin's hand and say, "Come on, boy," and hustle inside the carnival.
You get demoralized?
He did. He has frightened 1 for the next 6 seconds, but more importantly, he reacts as if he is demoralized as he hustles Jurin inside to get away from you.
Tara's gonna hand 10 silver to the one that was kicked.
So 2 things happen at that point as you hand 10 silver to him. First of all, he beams at you. Thank you. Thank you very much. This'll be more. This is more than I've seen in a long time. And the second thing that happens is all the other beggars are now like just swarming you. Please, please, I was working until I got the black scour plague. I just can't no more. Please, I got 2 kids to feed.
Then go start working on our village area. We're building it up, looking for workers.
We see how generous you are. What do you mean your village area? You mean Droskar's Crucible?
Droskar Crucible, that's what it is. Yeah.
I can't work no more. My back's not as strong as it used to be. We've seen how generous you are. You're a hero. You'd be my hero if you could spare a little bit.
Henrietta here needs teaching. You can teach. You can clean. You can find something.
Henrietta has already left and is inside the carnival.
If this was an
Henrietta
anime,
here, Henrietta's gone.
Yeah, if this was an anime, there'd be like a Henrietta shape with arrows going boop, boop, boop.
Yeah. But yes, you flashed quite a bit of silver in front of beggars, which, you know.
Little Paw is going to ferret here. For that which you are about to witness, good luck.
Oh no.
What are you doing, Little Paw?
She is going to spin around on top of Zerwin's head, and 50 silver is going to go flying.
What?
In all directions.
So, again, 2 things happen.
Carnage.
No, really just one thing happens, because not only the beggars, but also a good number of the townsfolk are just going to start scrambling on each other. There is chaos. The Barker says, "What the hell? Can you control your animal, lady? Oh my God! Can we get somebody over here?" And starts calling for some burly carnival folk to come in to calm down what is quickly becoming a fight.
Tara's gonna jump out of here.
Silver. Yeah, this may be time to let people calm them down. Elowin, you you easily just sort of flip away.
Elowin flips away? What?
No,
what?
Kara.
Flip.
Kara flips away.
No,
Kara just
Elowin,
rolled
come back.
No, I'm flipping away. Bye.
Elowin, I think it might be best for you to go, but before you do notice the deputy that you met before, Tabrick Splint, the curmudgeonly dwarf, who just happens to have been, in the crowd keeping an eye on things. He gives his most, dwarvish bellow. He says, "Hey, everybody, back away, calm down, don't make me run you in. I don't want to run you in. And you know I will. Oh, you know I will. I've seen you before.
She's gonna pipe up now. It's the kissy dwarf.
Correct. It is. I forgot that you had seen that.
I'm helping.
The kissy dwarf.
One of Little Paul's little excursions, she witnessed the dwarf getting down with the business.
Oh wow.
Oh,
Yeah. Tabrick has a paramour who I'm not sure if Little Paw has any concept of who the paramour was. But yes. You do know that they were a halfling. Tabrick was getting it on with a halfling. And the two boys looked very happy together.
I was going to say, surely there's only so many halflings in the area.
Yeah, there's maybe great. You're gonna make me look up Falcon Hollow's demographics,
No,
so,
don't.
so Kara's heading
which I
towards a
have.
spinning wheel.
Okay. As you go in, like as the people enter with the tickets thing, there's laughter and joy and children running around. You do see people on stilts, as was promised. You see all sorts of carnival folk barking and hawking their various events. You see a sign that says Mr. Sathelbree's Wild Wagon Rides next to a whole line of wagons. The carnival folk, if you look carefully at them, some of them are better at hiding it than others. But if you look carefully at them, like they're all pretty tired. You know, life on the road is hard. And the people who are coming in are marks that they want to spend their tickets and possibly money at their various events. So if you look carefully, if you're the kind of person who notices these things, yeah, this is all somewhat of a cynical business thing, but it's also a carnival. Like, people are having a lot of fun here. You head over to the game area, Kara. We're going to start with Kara because she spoke up, but then I'm going to get to each of you. Especially Hen, who has already gone inside and can be anywhere in the carnival she wants right now.
Kara spoke up, so we didn't get the demographics of the entire kingdom.
You head over to the games and contests. You go past the Menagerie of Freaks, which is painted on a huge sign, along with, you know, lots of things. See the dog-faced girl. See the human fish. See the baby in a jar.
It's the 5 pieces of it. Do we have to go to castles?
You get to the games, and one of the big things that's there is a windmill beneath mountains of paper mache that are crudely shaped to look like a giant. With a large plastered head and bulging eyes and a long tattered beard that seems to be made out of straw mostly. With 2 big, beefy, muscular arms jutting from the side of the building, clasping posts that are raising a banner that reads, "The Titan's Wheel." And the windmill blades have been replaced by a massive 15-foot diameter metal wheel painted in, frankly, garish spirals of lime green and orange and rainbow streamers.
You said the strength wheel's metal.
Yes. They basically taken a standard windmill, replaced the windmill with a metal wheel. And the strongman is there basically flexing his magnificent physique while a gap-toothed woman with a little bit of facial hair and rather spotty complexion.
You said the strongman.
Barks loudly. What's that?
The strongman looks paper mache.
No, the strongman is flexing in front of the paper mache giant that they've built around the windmill. And the gap-toothed woman says, "Step right up, folks, and spin the Titan's wheel. Prove your strength to the ladies. Show that you're the strongest jack in the cut yard. Come on, folks. Show them what you're made of."
Carl will first want to check.
Baxter is going. Baxter is going to chuckle under his breath and pull out a scroll as he casts animate object on the wheel.
So.
I'm joking.
Okay. I was gonna roll with it, but all right. So Kara.
I don't have animate object. B, it's a 5th level spell.
This is true. Or a ritual.
Or a ritual, yeah, which I also don't have the ability to do.
Correct.
Kara first wants to check if it's rigged by any way. You think things like not on the level?
Roll me a perception check.
Hey, that's 20.
All right.
Not a 20. It's a dirty 20.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Still, it's a 20. There doesn't seem to be anything really rigged here. It's basically you watch as some of the lumberjacks go up, and it is mostly the lumberjacks, showing off their strength. Who go up and grab onto the windmill and give it a huge spin. When they do that, you hear the clanking and whirring of gears, and as you look around the back, there's actually a door built into the back of the windmill that seems to have some sort of mechanism in it, and it causes a great clacking and sound that moves the giant head up and down as the giant goes. And the more the wheel spins, the more little prize tickets, the more tickets come out. And you quickly realize that nobody's paying tickets to do this. They're paying silver. Basically, you spend a silver to spin the Titan's wheel, and then depending on how many you spend, you get the tickets that are worth a copper each. So if you manage to spin it fast enough to get 10 tickets, you break even. And of course, that's very hard to do. You see, none of the lumberjacks are able to do that. But it's great fun. It makes the giant laugh. Everybody's having a good time. The gap-toothed woman pulls out the tickets as they come out of the machine and proudly informs the lumberjack, "Oh, my goodness, you have the strength of 10 men," or however many she decides to come up with as they pull the tickets, just sort of flattering their ego.
I would like to size up the strongman.
So the strongman is very muscular, and you see him, with his big barbell, lifting it, showing it off. Says, "I've managed to get 20 tickets from the Titan's wheel. Can you beat my record?" And with that perception check, you can see that the barbell is enhanced. It is not as heavy as it seems to be, but it is very heavy. And his physique is very impressive. But of course, you realize that he's doing this for weightlifting strength. That doesn't necessarily translate into combat. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
If I do well on this wheel, I want to challenge you to a wrestling match.
You want to challenge me to wrestling? A great carnival sport? He looks at the barker, and she kind of shrugs, says, "All right, little kitten. If you... if you manage to get even 5 tickets, I will wrestle you." And the Barker lady smiles at you with her gap teeth and says, "It's 1 silver to spin the wheel."
She hands her 10 silver.
"You want 10 spins?" The strong man laughs. "All right, but you must get 5 tickets in 1 spin.
Fine,
Go
fine.
ahead."
Tara stretches in a way that looks painful, like she's taking the back of her leg to the back of her head.
All right. These will be pure strength checks.
Pure strength. Okay.
Yeah.
How do I do that?
You should be able. No, I'm sorry. These would be athletics checks. Sorry, I'm converting from first edition here, where they would have been strength checks, but these will be athletics. The first time, you don't even manage a single ticket, and the strongman laughs at you. "It's okay, kitten. That was a warm-up. You have 9 more." All right, now we're talking. That is a critical success. And on your second spin, you manage to get 5 tickets from the machine. And everybody cheers. None of the lumberjacks have gotten that many yet.
Tara's
Now, there's some.
twitching and does it again. Damn it.
Perhaps it was a fluke. Don't worry, you'll still get your match.
I'm just seeing if I can get one that's nat 20 out.
There you go.
Damn, oh well.
No nat 20s. Let's see if it'll actually show what the numbers are.
Yeah, if you click on it.
What is your athletics bonus?
9.
9. Okay, so your highest is a 28, which is enough to get you 7 tickets. The 18 gets you 6. The rest you get, ones or twos or anything like that. And the strongman says, "Impressive, impressive. I must continue to bring people to the carnival, but you come see me here. 2 hours past noon, and we will wrestle.
Oh,
Okay?"
I will. I need training. And fucking Payday Tatum is a fucking cheat.
I do not know who that is, but okay. Meanwhile, we go to Hen, who was the first into the carnival. Hen, where have you found yourself now?
She's just wandering. Like
All
nothing
right.
here has like directly piqued her interest yet. She's just walking around.
Okay. You see a whole bunch of stuff. There was, as I said, the sign of the wild wagon rides, and every so often the caravan of wagons takes off with a really sour-faced looking man in front who seems to be not enjoying himself at all. There is the menagerie of freaks with that big sign. There is the peep show and burlesque behind the ale tent. The ale tent has a very big sign, and a lot of people are already heading there despite the fact that it's 10 in the morning. You see a big tent further back that is the Tent of Modern Wonders. You see across the little riverlet all sorts of candy apples and pies and cakes, and of course the pies being cooked for the pie eating contest, which they say will happen at noon. Beyond that, you see a sort of open field, and at the north side of the field is one of those typical like carnival cage wagons, like those circus cage wagons, and inside it is a just huge shaggy minotaur roaring at the crowd. shaking the bars, doing his best to scare everybody, and succeeding pretty well. He's a very intimidating creature. You see paddle boats that have been set up off of a makeshift dock. You see the maze of ice, quote unquote, which is a mirror maze with paper mache on the outside to make it look like ice. Let's see. And near where the food is, in that little field between the food and where it says Monstrous Gradzal, who is the Minotaur, you see the Ioverin that you saw before, the goth-looking one, giving a performance with his blades that is as much ballet as anything else. He really is amazing with those things. He's flipping them up and down and whipping them around his body while he does acrobatics in the middle of it. Very, very impressive. You also see a sign for an ice sculpting contest that it says will take place after sundown on the north side of the lake. And that is most of what you see. In addition to the Titan's Wheel, there's lots of other games. There are targets set up for an archery contest. Or not an archery contest so much like a formal archery contest, but like one of those, hit the bullseye, win a prize kind of things. Do any of those catch your eye? Do you want to look at any of those closer?
Hen's going to head over to the Modern Wonders tent.
Ah, the Wonders. So the tent's very large. By far the largest tent in the fairground. And the canvas flaps seem to be permanently stained with grease, no doubt from the machinery within that you can already hear chugging, clunks, grinding, crunches, loud, high-pitched buzzing all coming from within. Every so often, there's a whistling boom that is punctuated by a geyser of thick black soot and grease that shoots from a hole in the top of the tent. A lot of children are sort of floating around the perimeter, trying to catch peeks under the tent, and then being run off by a thick-booted bouncer type. And you see a lot of people in line to go in. Apparently, they only let in a few people at a time. This is another event that you can't get in with tickets. It is 1 silver piece to get in. And you do see that it's mostly the more business-looking folk. You see Thuldrin Creed and his son Jurin in the line. Thuldrin looking quite interested in what machines might be in the tent.
I would like to attempt to circumvent the line.
All right. How are you going to circumvent the line? Are you just going to cut in line, or are you going to try to sneak in the tent some other way?
I'm going to sneak in round the back if possible, because I'm not exactly tall. I'll try and hide behind some crates and stuff and go around.
Give me a stealth check to avoid the sort of burly bouncer type that is herding away people having your exact idea in mind.
It might work.
Hang on. It might, but it doesn't. You are spotted, unfortunately, as you take a misstep and sort of tumble into one of the crates that you were hiding behind, making a clatter, which instantly brings the huge 6-foot wall of muscly manness right to you. Hey, you little green kid. You a goblin? I don't care. Get out. Get back to the back of the line.
No, I'm not going to do it. For a moment, I was like, should I just intimidate him? But no, she'll go back to the line, like just like, ugh, fine.
Are you actually going to pay a silver to get in? Yeah, Baxter?
Baxter's gonna make his way over to the menagerie to see his friend.
Ah, I will get to that next then.
Okay.
So are you going to actually pay the silver to get in?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Take a silver off of your sheet. And when you get in, you realize that despite the sort of ramshackle nature of this, they clearly planned this knowing where they were going. Because what you see is all manner of modern logging machinery, automated saws, various like steampunk style conveyor belts, just all sorts of stuff that some of which is clearly impractical, others of which might actually be useful. And you see some of the Thuldrin Creed and some of his cronies sort of looking at one and saying, "We could use that in the cut yard. Yeah, I wonder how much it is to buy one of these." Very interesting machines geared towards lumbering. That's all this is. This is like a World's Fair sort of style tent that's just showing off modern technology. Again, some of the stuff looks horribly impractical. Some of the things might be practical, but it looks like they've put extra gears on just for show.
Henrietta's going to go around pointing all of this out. Like, that'll never work. That doesn't even attach to anything.
So, as always happens when somebody who actually sees what's going on points out what's going on, some of the people will argue with you. And it's actually a fairly boisterous discussion. Like, no fists are thrown or anything like that. It's not violent. We're like, no, that could work. You know, if you put it in the right place, feed the log into it.
The entrance isn't even big enough for a log. You'd be talking like twigs at that point.
Well, you just have to split them in half. That's something lumberjacks do all the time.
Yeah, but if they're already split them in half, why would they then need an extra machine?
Well, just split them into planks, of course. Like you don't. I don't think you know anything about logging.
No, but I know a lot about these machines.
And the conversation continues, and they will continue debating with you as long as you want, for as much time as you want to spend here.
Henna's going to spend all of her time here until someone comes to get her.
You're going to end up like having like a symposium of Thuldrin Creed, his son, and a bunch of the other like bigwigs from the lumber consortium around here, all just like arguing back and forth in front of this. While a few other people at a time are let in to watch the machines and then leave. Moving on to Baxter. So the menagerie is a cove of wagons and tents, and I'm not going to sugarcoat this. This part of carnival life was horribly exploitative and really kind of miserable. There were some carnival folk that learned to revel in it, especially those with things like skin conditions or people who are like classic geeks. The people who would like bite the heads off chickens and stuff like that, or drive nails into their skin, things like that. They learned to revel in it. But a lot of these people just had medical conditions and were paraded around and kept in cages. You see, there's a bunch of things here. There is the dog-faced girl who looks to be what do they call them now? They changed their name for the remaster, and I want to get it right. Seems to be a Colo, what is sometimes disparagingly referred to as a knoll. but with some deformities that make them smaller and somewhat more human in proportion. It looks like they have kind of club feet, which means that they can put them into shoes and a dress and like weave pigtails into their mane, and you have a dog-faced girl. The baby in a jar is definitely something in a jar, something grotesque and infant-shaped and
Is it
hairless.
moving?
And yes, it is moving and blinking.
Can I roll like a investigation or history, or what the fuck do I need to roll to figure out what that thing is?
Roll me Arcana, or I'll let you roll Occultism if you want.
Okay, let me go to my proficiencies. It's the same DC, or it's the same bonus.
Okay, Arcana then.
Well, oh wait, no, it's not the same bonus. Arcana is a +2. Never mind, I'm taking that +8
Okay.
occult.
Yeah, go with Occultism then.
La-di-da-di-da.
16. So you're not sure exactly what this is, but you're guessing it's some kind of homunculus type creature. Probably animated with magic.
Maxter is going to like be visibly uncomfortable this entire area.
It's a very uncomfortable thing, and it's especially uncomfortable when you realize that there are people jeering at them.
Yeah, that's gonna
you
make
see,
Baxter really angry.
Yeah, you're seeing. I mean, again, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This kind of carnival sideshow was a horrifying thing. You see your friend who is under a sign that says "the man of 1,000 stitches," grinning almost maniacally as he's adding more stitches to his skin with a needle, and other people are just gasping and shrinking back in disgust, and he seems to really enjoy making people disgusted with him. There's someone billed as the human fish who, as you watch, give me a perception check.
Okie doke.
Wow, that's very perceptive. All right.
Oh, that's
This
a crit.
man, yeah, this man appears in a grotesque display to slit gills in his own neck. And then two big men grab him and hold him underwater, where he thrashes about as if drowning, then goes still, and then suddenly grins under the water. That's what appears to be happening. What is actually happening is he's blading his neck, which blading is a trick that carnival folk and wrestlers, pro wrestlers, have used for a long time, where you make a very shallow cut just to cause a lot of blood to flow. And you notice that there's a very subtle air tube under the water that he's taking sucks of air from when he needs to. So that one, at least, is a complete con. You see a sword swallower who is a sword swallower, sometimes swallowing flaming swords. This is a well-known act that's been in carnivals all over the world, and yeah, is a very interesting a very interesting technique to do this. And part of it is sleight of hand, and part of it is just very intense training. And you see these creatures that are billed as the pinheads, who are in a caged wagon with huge burly frames, but very tiny heads, very tiny craniums. Their eye sockets seem to be swollen and sealed shut. Like it's clearly some kind of genetic condition. You think they're dressed very ridiculously. They're dressed in pink tutus, and they sort of lumber about and run into each other. and you don't think that they're human. You think that they're some sort of other humanoid race that has been captured and has this genetic condition. Um,
Okay. Baxter. Is anyone like looking at Baxter in the same way they're like looking at these carnival acts?
no, because Baxter is very well dressed and not on display. It's a kind of like Baxter is not on display, therefore Baxter is not the one to be looked at.
Yeah.
Some small children probably notice you and point you out, and then are quickly told that it is rude to point, and that instead they should be pointing at the people in cages and laughing at them.
Yeah.
You see a absolutely grotesquely obese woman under the billing of the fat lady, and that's just a morbidly obese woman. Definitely outside of the norm, but a horrible thing to make fun of. You do see one guy who's got a pretty cool act. He bills himself as the Poison Man, and he crawls into a barrel of venomous snakes. This was the guy that you saw earlier with what appeared to be piercings all down his arms. Those are bite marks from the snakes biting him all over. And then he rises up, seemingly unharmed with like snakes hanging from his arms.
Can I roll nature to see if these are actually poisonous?
Yes, you can. These are absolutely poisonous snakes, but with that excellent perception check you got earlier, they have had their venom glands removed. Like you can see the little cuts on them.
Yeah. Okay.
Where like he is actually getting bitten though, so there's some element of truth to it, but they are no longer poisonous.
Yeah.
You see someone who is billed. I don't even know if this is. Oh yeah, it still is. I was just checking to make sure that it still existed in second edition. You see a creature that is billed as the one-headed Etten. And I don't know if you know, but an Etten is a giant with two heads.
Yeah, I know what an Etten is.
Normally. But this one is not in a cage. He seems to be having a great time. He's grinning almost wickedly at everybody. Give me a ticket. See what's in me bag. Give me a ticket. See what's in me bag. Right. One of the children who has come in anyways, despite the fact that they're not supposed to be here. But that, of course, is an advertising gimmick. There are plenty of children here. One of the children gives him a ticket, and he opens the bag, and the child looks in and shrieks and jumps back. And then he just starts laughing. It's me other end.
Baxter is going to walk up to him and hand him a ticket.
Right. Look at this, my canine friend. And he opens the bag, and it does indeed appear to be another head that has been somehow magically animated so that it looks up at you and blinks and kind of opens its mouth in a drooling expression.
That
And it
kind
is
of
quite
head.
grotesque.
I was gonna have to try to remind you that we are streaming on Twitch. That better not be that head.
No, it's a one-headed Etten. It's a two-headed giant who's had one of his heads cut off, and he has had it reanimated with magic.
Yeah, it's actually just think of it as like of like losing your arm, and then because Ettins can still survive with only one of their heads. Think of it as like losing your arm, and then a necromancer gives your arm a little bit, like makes your arm move. It's no different than that.
It's an interesting collection because some of these people clearly want to be here and are using their particular either deformities or talents, like in the case of the Sword Swallower, or just weird displays, like the Man of a Thousand Stitches. And they clearly enjoy being here. And then there are others who are being laughed at and being jeered at, and they're not enjoying themselves at all.
Yeah. Baxter is gonna kind of look up to the Etten and whisper, "How long you been here?"
with this carnival, I have been here for a year and a half. But then I was with another carnival before that for 4 years before that went under.
Okay, so you're a trained performer. Okay. That is a
Oh,
then he
yeah.
like obviously he's whispering this so the rest of the group doesn't hear because he doesn't want to ruin the act.
Well, actually, he doesn't like the head's real, so he doesn't really mind, saying, "Oh yeah, I'm a performer." Like, unlike some of
But-
these displays, there's no hoax here. He is an Eton who had his. He'll tell you like, "Well, I was minding my own business, running around with a couple of the boys, when we runs into this group of, well, I guess that maybe we were, trying to rob them a little bit. I was young, all right. And this guy whips out a sword and lops me head off. It hurt like the diggings, but I survived it, got the other neck stitched up, and thought, well, what am I going to do? I can't really go back to be friends with only one head. It's embarrassing, but I'll bet people will pay to see me. And they do.
Smart marketing tactic. And then
I think so.
and then he'll whisper something which is
Serpent, check your DMs.
like partially he'll whisper it partially as a joke but also in half seriousness. Have you considered? He stops for a second to try to kind of like anticipate him before saying
We're gonna go real quick because I just noticed the time. It is quite late.
Oh shoot, it is.
Been having
11.
way too
Yeah,
much
no.
fun. Elowen,
Yeah.
you and Little Paw, what are you doing?
Pythia has doctor's
What do you?
appointment in the
What
morning,
do you?
so
Yes,
You should go
Pythia's
for one.
gonna actually. I'll tell you what. Why don't we start next session with Elowen and Little Paw?
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
All right, is that
Sounds
good?
good.
Sorry, I did not notice how late it had gotten. I was having way too much fun with this. I hope everybody else was having fun too.
Mhm.
I also was having a blast.
Yeah, we will be back next week with more Pathfinder and continue this adventure into a carnival that has more going on than at first it may seem. I have been Serpent, your GM, and playing today has been
T.R.A.S.H has Xios.
Scratch that, reverse it.
Oh, right. Xios asked T.R.A.S H. Whoops. It's been a while.
And Little Paw?
Here's Little Paw.
Henrietta?
Rex D as Henrietta.
And Elowen?
Celestia as Elowen.
And finally,
Shadow as Baxter Bones.
all right. Come join us next week, and also check out the other stuff we're going to be streaming on this channel. Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye.
Me.
Bye.
Hey.